Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another season, another year, another edition of the GSL, the Global StarCraft League Season 1 qualifier for 2025. I'm, of course, your live VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all. Just something that's been a long time coming. For those that are curious, the GSL qualifiers did take place last week. Last week, the weekend was the GSL qualifiers. Of course, we were busy covering other events at the time, and of course, no one cast it live, but the replays were provided to us, and we have been looking for an opportunity to actually fill in and slot in and have these matches available to you and try to actually schedule them. I say that because the biggest on Monday has been postponed, has been rescheduled as the biggest on Tuesday or Wednesday, depending on where you are in the world. So the biggest on Monday is tomorrow. Biggest on Monday is no longer on Monday. The biggest on weekly tournament is going to be tomorrow instead, which means we have a free slot available, which means GSL qualifies. Let's go, we're here for it. Now there are a lot of matches. There's like 16 best of threes. We are not casting everything in one go. That's not what we do here. So not going to be casting everything in one go. We are going to be casting the matches, I should say, in different intervals. We're going to have a broad. Actually, you know what? We can actually have a look at the schedule. Oh, we can have a look at the schedule together, baby, together. Let's go. So the plan here, bam. As you can see, when it comes to our weekly schedule is jam-packed as always. Here we are Tuesday morning. Last night we were live with a Water TV Monday. You can see here for Tuesday we have 2 slots. We have GSL cast this morning, which is starting right now at 9 AM KST, and this evening we have another GSL cast. Again, 16 best of threes. We're going to be covering 5 to 6 best of threes per broadcast. So we have a broadcast this morning, then this evening, and we'll wrap up the GSL qualifiers. You can see Thursday morning at this time slot, this time, this place, but in 2 days, on Thursday, the day after the Big SO Weekly, we're going to be going over the GSL, wrapping up, I should say, the GSL qualifier. So 3 casts, 3 broadcasts, 3 sessions of qualifier. It's a lot of matches, So we'll do our best to cover them all, to go through all of those best of threes, all those series. Likewise, we also have the Big SO Monday, again, of the Big SO Weeklies. That's going to be tomorrow, of course. We have Little League Cup, we have some Canoia Show matches, we have Thermal Suju Circuits, some more Brazilian StarCraft, we have the May Mayhem, Sea Ducklings Open, Sparkling Tuna Cup. We have a lot to go over here this week, but specifically, we have a lot to go over today as well. Here we go, bam, we have our matches ready for us for this broadcast. 6 best of threes. Back to back. From the top, we have herO versus GuMiho. Now, for some context, these are all qualifying matches. Here, and the reason why there is an empty spot available underneath each series is because the loser of herO versus GuMiho goes up against Shin. The loser of Rogue and Classic goes up against Maru. Loser of Reynor and Beyond goes up against Zan. So they have another chance. They have a second life. It is double elimination. Each group was double elimination. So there are 2 players advancing on out of each group, and each group is kind of 2 matches there. So we have herO, GuMiho, and Shin fighting for 2 spots. Rogue, Classic, Maru fighting for 2 spots. Reynor, Beyond, and Zan fighting for 2 spots as well. So those are the matches that we're going to be covering here tonight. Again, this evening we're going to be covering some more matches, some more StarCraft, some more GSL qualifiers. So that's going to be later on this evening. Again, if you can't watch everything live, I don't blame you, depending on where you are in the world. Some of these events, like for example, this event is at a really bad time slot for European watchers and European viewers. The evening one is going to be at a worse time slot for North American viewers, or the Americas viewers, I should say. So if you can't watch something live, YouTube is the place to be. Exclamation mark YouTube or exclamation mark socials in the chat, and you'll get a link to the YouTube channel where the VODs are all there. They're all uploaded on a daily basis. They're all under the live tab. On the live tab, we have all the matches, all the YouTube, all the VODs. Let's go, baby, let's go. As we are jumping into our first series of the broadcast, our first is going to be that PVT between herO and GuMiho. Let's go, baby, let's go. Just catching up. The chains, yes, I'm chained up, baby. Chain me up. I don't know what the theme of this season's GSL is going to be, but this is from last season, so we don't yet have any new graphics or any new overlays. But yes, we have the GSL, we have the chains everywhere. I'm locked up. Ah, no. Throw away the key. Yeah. As we are getting into our fresh best of 3, game 1 is going to be on ley lines. Now, I believe the qualifiers did take place before the new map pool, so we are going to be featuring the previous ladder map pool instead. Oh, as I do need a moment to set up the in-game overlay. Un momento. I got you. Bam. Beautiful. As spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing himself, currently teamless. It is GuMiho. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player from South Korea, representing his new team, Twisted Minds. It is herO. Here we go. As we are going to be settling in. And so far, so good. We do have our initial openers here. Again, when it comes to GuMiho's playstyle in TVP, it's very unorthodox. I always love casting GuMiho. I wish we casted more GuMiho on the channel, I'll be honest. When it comes to competing in KSL or Water TV Mondays or the online Open Cups, wish we did have some more GuMiho with us. But GuMiho, he does often come up with his own builds, comes up with his own styles. We often see mech out of GuMiho against Protoss. Not saying that we'll see it this game, but I would not be surprised if we see it once in the series against herO. Likewise, he can go for some very awkward timings as well. You've seen Bjorn push out with Stimless Marines with 2 tanks, but GuMiho, he'll push out with Stimless Marines even without any tanks. Like he has some really interesting timing attacks that can actually catch a Protoss player off guard and catch them unawares. So we'll see how GuMiho opens. Already Rax here on the high ground. We're going for an economic opener, single gas geyser, Rax expand out of GuMiho. Let's go. So we do have our initial opener here. It is going to be economic. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have herO going Gate, Cybercore into Nexus. So standard opener out of herO for the time being as we are settling in. Let's go. So standard opener out of herO, and likewise we do have GuMiho going for his own economic start as well. This is going to lead into a more standard early game. This can still lead into drop play, don't get me wrong. And again, when it comes to GuMiho, never count him out. Something to bear in mind is GuMiho, like many Terran players in the current meta, no SCV Scout. No SCV Scout, no Reaper Scout. Honestly, there's nothing to really see early on. Like, there's no reason that right now, when it comes to the first couple of units, you can scout the third base locations for proxies. That's the most that we typically get. But later, we should be seeing scouting via Hellions or via drop play. Meanwhile, we have our tech of choice, going to be a Twilight Council opener out of herO. Does open Twilight Council. There's the 1/1/1. We can see add-on first. No Hellion. Tech Lab on the factory. Interesting. I was curious if we were going to be going for an add-on swap into Reactored Windowmine or Reactored Hellion for some drop play. The answer is no. Early Tech Lab. Are we going for an early tank drop or an early Cyclone drop? What do you have for us? We have the answer. Early Cyclone. So very early Cyclone production. This is not normal, this is not standard, this is hyper aggressive, and it looks like we might be going for that early Cyclone drop across the map. Much more committed here by GuMiho. Now herO, he's still in the dark. He does poke in. He does get eyes on the Tech Lab on the factory. That is a tell that something is wrong, something is amiss. As he does recheck, rescout. Yep, he confirms. He confirms the Tech Lab is still on the factory. There was no add-on swap. So we should be aware of the early Cyclone. With that back at home, how many gateways? So we're walling up. We have 2 gateways here on the low ground. We have 1 gateway with the main, so 3-gate blink at herO. Very safe play. We have a shield battery as well. So again, herO, he knows that he's in danger. He's setting up for defense, and likewise, he can also fully wall off if need be as well. So nice SimCity, nice setup here at the natural. Meanwhile, here comes the drop. It's going to be a mass marine drop here in the medevac, and the Cyclone should be rallying across as well. So now the Cyclone is staying back home. Drop is moving out. And GuMiho looks like he won't move out with that Cyclone. Looks like he's not making any additional Cyclones either. Working towards very early stim though. Oh, it was an add-on swap. Okay. So Cyclone, sorry, not quite add-on swap, but Cyclone into early, early Tech Lab into early stim, and Marines do poke in, but again, hero's fine. herO, he's perfectly fine here, perfectly safe at the natural. We do see the drop rotate over into the main, but again, stim is honestly almost never researched this quickly here. So that is going to be a much earlier timing. Nice hits here on the medevac. herO zoning GuMiho away. Does zone him back, but doesn't get the kill. And this should be leading into an early push. to an earlier move out. So GuMiho is racing back home. He doesn't really get much damage done. He doesn't get too much scatting. He does see all 3 gateways though, so he's aware of Blink. He's setting up back at home. The tank will siege. And GuMiho is secure. Now, once Sim finishes, we could see GuMiho move out. He can push across the map. There is going to be that timing available to him. Meanwhile, herO Blink is already complete, and the main base is... I mean, there's nothing here. Yeah, there's nothing in the main. Likewise, Blink's over, takes down the initial add-on. Reactor is going to go down. Takes down the reactor. Not much else, though. Yeah, second tank has arrived. Cyclone does punish. GuMiho boosting to the low ground. Setting up no bunker. No bunker at the natural, but so far he's in position. Behind this, herO taking up. We have charge on the way. We have a delayed forge for delayed +1. It is going to be a little bit later here for herO. Likewise, going for the bay. Still, actually, the bay that was before the 3rd bay. So very committed, very tech heavy here from herO, going for extra gases and delaying his economy. And I think that's okay. I think delayed economy is fine against GuMiho just because GuMiho is so aggressive. So this means that herO, he's going to forego his economy for a faster Colossus production. Meanwhile, here comes GuMiho. Remember, Sim is done. And Sim is complete. Catches 1 Stalker. Gets a Stalker, breaks out as he breaks out. Meanwhile, Stalker's into the main. SCV's going to be going down. That's a lot of SCV kills. It's going to be 8 SCVs already. Catching reinforcements, and GuMiho, he pulls the boys. He's going for the all-in. And is the Colossus going to be out in time? The Colossus just began. And here he has to buy time here for the Colossi. The boys have arrived. Again, there's going to be 3 tanks. We spoke about the early stim, and now it all makes sense. It is going to be the all-in with stim timing. No combat shields, nor the upgrades. And nothing else. The tanks are trying to get within range here of the natural. Colossus still on the way. Marines are stimming in. They take down the sentry. Sentry goes down. No, oh, shield battery's a little bit too far back. And the Stalkers, they cannot engage. Tanks are a little bit far behind. They're still pushing forward. The Colossus is going to pop out. And is the Colossus enough? Tanks to siege. And they will focus fire. Oh god, they try to focus fire. Popping up there from herO. Does save the Colossus from the first volley. Does save him. That's a lot of tank shots going up. Zoning the army away. Gateway's being depowered. Ooh, and again, we're running out of pylons. That's the final pylon here. And the robo does get depowered. No more Colossus, just the one. 4th tank has arrived. And GuMiho, he's doing it. GuMiho, he's within range of the natural. He's within range of the robo. We have a Dark Trend on the way. That would be a good response against an all-in, but it's too late. It's too little too late. That was needed earlier. Does scan. Does run away the Colossus. And it's impressive what herO's done with this Colossus so far. Like, he's pulling back. He just finishes more shield batteries behind the mineral line. But there's only so much he can do. As the natural falls from here, the 3rd base should be going down as well. Tanks repositioning over towards the 3rd. Bunker does complete. And here he's knocked down to 1 base economy. Oh! Colossus moving in. Threading a push. Dark Shrine is almost done. But the problem here is that even if the DTs get some damage done, even if they break all the tanks, it's not going to matter here. Not anymore. The damage has been done. herO blinks in, takes down the first tank. 1 tank goes down. Nice juggling here with the Colossus. Breaks through the Marines. The Marines, they all melt here. I say that, but we have more reinforcements coming in. It's still just too much. Still just too much. Stalkers getting picked off one after the other. herO dropping in, and again, herO, he's had impressive control. He's kept this Colossus alive the entire time, but he just wasn't set up to defend against the all-in. He wasn't expecting an all-in. As the 3rd did fall, now GuMiho just cleaning up whatever he can here at the natural. We have DTs warping in across. Let's go! DTs warping in across the map. And at the moment here, he's stuck on a 1 base economy, he's stuck in his main, but ideally these Dark Templar do the same, and they also cripple the economy of GuMiho. There's not much to defend. Likewise, limited scans. He has potentially 1 scan in the main. But once the DTs are revealed, GuMiho, he may just force himself off the ramp. There's only 1 Colossus to defend. Ah, now there's a Viking. Oh, now there's a Viking. The Prism is no longer safe. There's nothing else in the main. He can just go for it, and he will. GuMiho is going for the kill, going for the main base. DTs, they have arrived. They hit the mineral lines. Their turrets go down. But in this base trade, there's just so much more DPS here. Oh, the DTs come in! Oh, do we have a scan? There's one scan. Can he save the Dark Templar? He falls back. Oh, Colossus does get targeted. DTs, they get out of range. They barely get out of range. And do we have any other scans? The answer is no. 0 scans. DTs, they can win hero the game here. There's 3 Dark Templar and he's going in one at a time. I love that he's saving these DTs just in case. Focusing down the tanks. Ooh, we'll almost get it. Across the map, forcing the lift. There's about to be 1 scan. There's about to be 1 scan available. But remember, there's 3 Dark Templar. Ideally wants to spread him out. Oh! He's going to spend 1 scan. And he does have it. Natural goes down. That's going to be a kill. There's too many Dark Templar. There's the 1 scan. That's all he had. Just 1. Yo, we got the turret on the way. He's throwing down the turret. We have to stop it. We have to stop the turret. herO. He picks in. Can he get it? Oh, the body blocking. He gotta get in. Oh, it's close. Takes out the tank though. Tank goes down. Oh, there's a 2nd scan. Oh, as the CC did lift. Sorry, did land. Did survive. CCs are floating. They're floating over. How many Dark Templar? There's 5. Jesus, 5 Dark Templar. But the turret does finish. And this may just win GuMiho the game. What I mean by that, remember, to win the game for herO, he has to destroy all buildings. And 1 turret means that DTs, they cannot get here. They cannot, they're zoned away. They're zoned away. That this could just be game. This 1 turret could just be game because the CCs, all the buildings, they can just float. They can just float here to the safety of the turret. And DTs, they cannot destroy any more buildings. If this turret was denied, then herO could have won this game. I say could have won. Could have forced a draw is the best he could have hoped for. Could have forced a draw. Because if he kills the turret, he can potentially kill all the units, all the army units, and then we're just stagnant here with floating buildings against DTs and buildings that can't be destroyed. But at this point, GuMiho is done it. At this point, GuMiho, he has done it. Aside from making like a mistake and abandoning this turret, he should be fine. It's floating on over. You can see herO trying to come together. Now, he does have 2 Archons he can tank. So, okay. So, my bad. With 2 Archons, with 2 charge lots and a DT, can he break this position? With 1 tank, he's going for it. herO, he does move in. Yeah, he takes out all the Marines. He can get on top of the tank. And wow, even with the turret, it doesn't matter. The Archons, they pop off. And we can force a draw. Let's go. Buildings have to float to the corners of the map. GuMiho, he's down to 3 units left. Turret goes down. And as long as these buildings can get to dead space, to this dead area here in the corners of the map, then we can force a draw. Let's go. I underestimated the power of 2 Archons, mate. Gee, that was crazy. 2 Archons, that's all you need. And yeah, now we're floating. Now technically, GuMiho, if he can land one of these CCs and mule, and if they continue to mule, then he can actually make some units here. It's on herO to make sure that doesn't happen, right? He has eyes on 1 orbital. 1 orbital is floating in the dead space, but the other orbital is about to start mining. So if herO can deny this mining and deny any economy, then again, he can force that draw. But he has to find the CC. As here come the mules. And here he does find it. Yeah, he does find the orbital, so he should not allow any mining whatsoever. And as long as GuMiho has no mining, GuMiho can't make anything. And oh, GuMiho though, he does kill a zealot. Every unit counts. Okay. Does kill a zealot. GuMiho is not supply blocked, and GuMiho, he is mining some resources. There we go, he's denied. GuMiho, he can make a couple of Marines. He can make some units here. There we go. He's rebuilding some Marines. Archon is moving in. Oh. Now, oh, he's floating back into the main. Okay, that's a win condition. Let's go. He's walled up here at his main base. He doesn't have detection, but the CC is headed over. It's headed over here, and this is a safe location to actually start mining again. Again, if GuMiho can get back to mining, If he can actually start mining again, then GuMiho can win this game. He just has to mine. Oh, the CC. He should be okay, right? One Archon shouldn't have the DPS to burn the CC. Shouldn't, as we do have a little bit of more mining going on. Yeah, the CC does get back into the main. Does flow back over. And again, we have a full wall here. It's a little bit on herO to... what does he have? He only has one DT. So like he's covering this building. GuMiho, he did it. Let's go. He got back into the main. He is fully walled off. He's secure. Again, really smart of GuMiho to set this up. And now he can mine. Now he can mine. Now he can produce. And this is all that GuMiho needed. A secure base. The other CC is burning. At this point, this CC will die. But this doesn't matter. You know, the command center gave his life for the cause. Let's go. If this one Dark Templar wasn't tied up dealing with the CC, then the DT could have actually broken down this wall because there was 0 scans at the time, because all the CCs were floating. And if this wall got broken, then we could have caused havoc here. But again, because this DT was otherwise busy, and there's the kill on the command center, here he wasn't quite able to stop this from really getting up and running. And now we have the turret on the way, and we have the same situation we had earlier, where the win condition was that one turret to make sure that no DTs could get past. Likewise, turret is here. We have a full wall. We have mining. GuMiho, he's set up. And here he confirms. Yeah, he confirms. I mean, hey, he's getting some value, don't get me wrong. I mean, yeah, but there it is. Yeah, he's asking for mining. He's like, hey, do you have any SCVs? Do you have any mining? GuMiho should respond with yes. He has one SCV. He has mules. Yeah, he has 2 SCVs now. GG. GG, GuMiho, he does win. Here, just confirming that was the case, because obviously he can't see. And GuMiho does take game number 1. Whew, GG. What a way to start the qualifier. GG, well played. We almost had a potential draw there. Again, if herO was able to deny those CCs from mining, from landing, then we could have forced a draw. But as we saw that GuMiho was able to set up ahead of time, fully wall off his main base, and eventually get a CC into the, or back into the main. There was potential for herO to deny that. As we mentioned, if that one Dark Templar was able to break that wall before the CC got into the main base, before there was a scan, then we could have caused a little bit more chaos there and potentially forced a draw. But if you remember, at the time that that Dark Templar was under the other CC, right? Because there were 2 CCs, here he had to split up his army. I say his army, split up his units, because he only had like 3 or 4 units. And he couldn't do both at once, right? Like if he had done so, then the CC lands, and he mules more, he gets more mining, like it gets more chaotic. Regardless, GG. GG, well played. With that, GuMiho does take a lead in the series, and now we are getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. So jumping into game 2. We'll see how this story continues. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, the lead in the series, 1-0, and we'll see if he can claim this series. It is GuMiho. As a reminder, these are best of 3s, and we're one game away from qualifying for GSL. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing his new team, Twisted Minds. It is herO. Here we go. Whew. Here we go. We are going to be settling into this. And so far, we are going to be loading into one of the larger maps of the map. Well, welcome to Amygdala. Amygdala being one of the larger maps here, outside of the older maps, of course, outside of Neo Violet Square, King's Cove, Abyssal Reef. The rush distance by ground is longer, the bases are more secure, and we do often see longer and later games on Amygdala. Do often see it. Yo, este password, bilingual party. 안녕 하세요. I mean, again, we assumed what was said, but do appreciate it. Any translations in the chat? For now, GuMiho going for an economic opener. Rax expand once again out of GuMiho. Likewise, standard opener out of herO going for a gate. Cybercore into Nexus. So everything looking normal from herO. And once again, GuMiho being more economic. If we notice another early sim timing out of GuMiho, we'll point it out. As a reminder, last game, GuMiho went for a 2-base all-in. He rushed into early stim. He rushed into the early tank production. And he just committed and sent everything across the map. He pulled the boys. And that's what led to all the chaos, all the havoc that was being wreaked. I do think that herO, his Dark Shrine response was very late. I mean, it almost worked despite that, but it was a very late response. DTs are ideal when your opponent's all-inning, just because in this matchup, scans are limited, because if you're all-inning, most likely you're muling, right? Most likely you're muling your heart out, you're not holding on to scans, and you have limited CCs as well, so that's where Dark Templar can thrive against a Terran going for an all-in. But again, if you recall, by the time he threw down the Dark Shrine, he had already lost his natural, right? The natural had already been destroyed. Things are already looking dire for herO. Here we go. Shuab, read between the lines. Shuab, he can't read. That's the problem. Oh no. So now we do have our Twilight Council opener. Twilight Council opener out of herO. Going into Blink once again. Going into Blink. Everything looking as it should. From here, we'll see if we go 2-gate Blink, 3-gate Blink, or 4-gate Blink Stalker. We'll see. Meanwhile, we do see GuMiho going into his own. Earlier second Rax. It's going for a 2-on-1. Okay, so once again, a more unorthodox build here by GuMiho. GuMiho does go for the early tech lab on the factory, once again going for the early Cyclone production. herO pushing it ahead of time. Remember, there's no Hellions, no Reapers. First Marine goes down, and mining is denied at the natural. It doesn't look like a lot, but because of the greed, because of the build that GuMiho had gone for, he was skipping units, and GuMiho, he will lose control of the natural. He will lose control. The Cyclone will force this back, or at least it should. Oh, as the force field gets thrown down. And herO gets the hell out of here. Does pull away. But with the early setup, once again, 2-on-1 early stim. Now, this is a build that you often see against Zerg. 2-on-1s are very rare, not unseen and not unheard of, but they're very rare against Protoss. The reasoning for this is because typically there's no tech lab. Typically, it's a reactor into an add-on swap into reactor and medevac production, which means delayed. I mean, we're still going for the add-on swap, but it means delayed tank production. And without tanks, like 3-4-gate Blink Stalker can get very out of hand. Going to mass marine like this and going for the stim timing, you are heavily reliant on your marines getting damage done with that stim. Like, if this bio push, if this stim timing fails to get damage, then GuMiho will fall far behind. So we'll see what he can get done, as stim is halfway done. Stim is halfway done. Third Rax is on the way. And again, this is just a more unusual version of 2-on-1, just because there was no reactor, there was no add-on swap into additional medevacs. I mean, even now, the medevac is only being used as scouting, for scouting information. Checking here his vision, he has confirmed, he knows. Here he's fully aware. Behind this, once again, here he's going for the gases and the bay before the third base. And against GuMiho, this makes plenty of sense. I would say that this would be an inefficient build, and it is, in a way. But it's very safe because you get earlier Colossus. It barely wasn't enough to defend last game. Meanwhile, Cyclone does shut down the hallucination. Here we go, we have combat shields on the way, we have a +1 attack as well. Here he does push. Does move out. Does go for his double drop. So far, I believe herO, he does not spot this yet. Oh no, he had the, never mind. He had the observer. He had the observer, getting in position. Blink is done. Can he get a full medevac? And he barely cannot, but he will catch the Marines. Yeah, 3 Marines going down. GuMiho does boost in. Do we have a recall? We do. Recall is spent. And GuMiho is pinned down. As he will bleed out more Marines. And this double drop, it does not achieve much damage. Doesn't achieve anything. and GuMiho's in trouble. Remember, the entire purpose of this build was building up towards this double 16 medevac drop. Builds up to this moment, and it doesn't do anything. And remember, this build did delay any tank production, did delay any factory-based production as well. Third CC is on the way. GuMiho moving out to try to break free those drops. But this is a rough position for GuMiho, as the first Colossus is on the way. Oh, sorry, I should say second Colossus on the way. First one's already out. Against any kind of bio push, against like 3 Raxes and 2 1-1s, like these Colossus openers, they just shut them down so hard. And GuMiho cannot fight head on. He does try to stim away. Yeah, and GG gets called. GG gets called. GuMiho, he is shut down, and herO ties up the series 1-1. GG. We did try to emphasize just how much onus, how much pressure, how much it was riding on that first double medevac drop. It didn't do anything. It didn't get any workers, didn't trade against the army. It literally got 0 units, and that was almost game then and there. Especially considering how safe herO was being, as you mentioned, fast Colossus production, which shuts down 3 Raxes, 2 1-1s, any biocentric committed move outs or committed play is shut down by early Colossus, and with that, GG. GG well played. We're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Let's go. But I do appreciate that GuMiho did go for the 2-1-1 just because it was different. It's very rare. It's a very rare build. And we see why we often don't see it. But, you know, at times, if your opponent's being too greedy, if your opponent is being too economic and cutting corners, you can punish them. For now, though, we're settling in. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, being forced into a tied-up series. We'll see if he can bring it back. It is GuMiho. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, or the blue Protoss, the South Korean Protoss player, tying up the series 1-1. It is herO. Yeah, beat go. No third for Protoss, just RoboBay. Yes, as you mentioned, I know if you're watching, Chris, but as you mentioned here, he was playing safe. It was the same or a very similar build that he went for in the previous game, going 3-gate blink into double gas at the natural, into Robo, into Bay before third. Very safe play, and as we mentioned, that's typically how you want to be playing against GuMiho. GuMiho has been hyper-aggressive already this series, and in general, GuMiho, he often does go for these more early and unorthodox timings. So 2 games in a row so far was a very safe build from herO, and we expect something similar here as well, to be honest. Like the opener and the build that GuMiho had gone for last game is pretty reliant on your opponents going 2-gate blink into a fast third without gases before third base before the Robo. That's kind of what you're relying on, and that's what you expect on Amygdala. Like we spoke about it, right? It's like Amygdala is one of the largest maps in the map pool. We expect economic builds on Amygdala, but we didn't get that out of herO. And now we're loading into Ultra Love for the first time, double gas opener out of GuMiho. So with this, going for a faster factory. GuMiho is going to be more assertive this time. With this, we can go for, or this can lead into, say, 1-1-1 and Cloak Banshee. This can lead into committed Reactor Reaper Hellion, earlier Cyclone drop, tank drop as well. Likewise, we're expecting herO to play safe again. I'm expecting to be safe. So chat, Clem get the third and get the Colossus. Clem is not playing in GSL, so take care of yourself. We're here for the players back. As GuMiho does poke in, does poke out. Likewise, behind this, we have our standard setup here. We're getting into the earlier Widowmine production, into what should be earlier drop play. There we go, Twilight Council from herO, going into Blink. As with how we do scouts, we do confirm the Widowmine, we confirm the 1-1-1 setup. With the initial opener, we did actually open up double Reaper this time. Interesting. Again, a very different opener here by GuMiho for the first time actually even making Reapers. He's been avoiding any kind of Reaper production the entire series. That's also because he's been going for more economic starts. This was more tech heavy. See, that does get across the map. Trading with the Marines. Nice control there out of GuMiho. Saves the Marines, shuts down the Adept. Medevac is soon on the way. And then we can push. We can bring this all together here. The Marines, the Widowmines, the Reapers as well. Again, herO, he is aware of the setup. He should be aware of the drop coming his way. Back at home, how many gateways so far? We have a 2-gate blink. herO, for the first time, staying on a lower gateway count. Oh. Takes down the Widowmine. Takes down the mine, the initial one. Drop is moving out. Yep, herO. I like how on the larger maps, herO was playing safe. On the smaller map, herO is being greedy. So 2-gate blink into a third. This is a very economic build out of herO. Very economic. He does zone the drops away. So far, he's defending well. And it's GuMiho going for his early tank production. As a reminder, every game in the series so far, we've seen a Gases and a Robo and a Bay before the third. That is not happening here. Not an Ultra Love. So it's just a gateway army that herO has to work with. We have the non-stop hallucination scouts checking the bases of GuMiho. And we have herO working towards charge. Charge has been a very common follow-up here just to punish tank pushes. And punish aggressive builds from the Terran. So this is the meta, essentially. The meta, the standard, is 2-gate blink into a third, into +1 and charge, into delayed Colossus. Some players like to mix in, instead of going Colossus, into Storm. That is true. So that is going to be an option. Oh! As Medevac gets caught out by the Observer. Ooh, Stalkers, they blink in. We'll trade out one Stalker. So a bit of miscontrol there. One Stalker does go down. Regardless, the mine drop is shut down, is cleaned up, and herO defends. He does defend. Behind this, GuMiho is still just building up on 2 bases. Getting to stim, combat shields +1. From here, we're waiting for either a 3rd command center or maybe 2 more Raxes. We're waiting to see what comes next. So GuMiho does break out. He sneaks out towards the right-hand side. Here he has eyes on the main army. You can see GuMiho is heading up to catch any kind of stalkers, but there's nothing here. So it was a really cheeky move, but there was nothing to punish. As here he spots the army, and we're going for it. No 3rd TC, no Maxes, we pull the boys. 2 base all in by GuMiho. And remember, this time, no Colossus. This time, here he has been greedy, he's been economic. GuMiho going for the kill. And herO, he's being punished for it. Yeah, being punished for being greedy, being too economic. Charge also going to be diving in, but the boys are here. Yeah, the boys are here. Nice target firing on top of the Stalkers. Oh, on top of the Immortal. Zelsay goes down, he goes for the stim, he goes for the dive, and he takes down the Immortal. Massive pick off. And what is there left? There's 6 Stalkers. 6 Stalkers, a shield battery. The SCVs have all gone down. But for the most part. And GuMiho is chasing down whatever is left. The first Colossus only just began, only just started. Again, we mentioned that herO, he was playing safe on the larger maps and being greedy on Ultra Love. He's crazy. And GuMiho, he's here to punish the greed. He's here to punish it. The boys are being pulled. The first tank does go down. There's still one more tank left. The Immortal will target it. Not bad. Yeah, the final tank falls. We're running out of steam a little bit here. We have more Zealots warping in. herO, can he hold on? It's getting close. It's getting close. Zealots, they charge in. Nice kiting here from GuMiho. Does kite back. Still rallies. And he does it. He does it. Oh, the Colossus! Colossus comes out! Colossus comes out, gets targeted immediately. And from there, GuMiho It's still close. He's still down to 4 Marauders. He's heavily overstimmed. Oh my god, another Marauder goes down. But he's still rallying. He's still just rallying in. We have 3 sentries on the way for force fields. He does lock down the army. He locks him down. He's warping in whatever he can. But GuMiho he just drops over the wall. Yeah, GuMiho, he won't be stopped. As there's nothing left. There's no army remaining. The Archosis pylon goes down. Depowers the Robo. Probes are under fire. We're warping in more sentries just for more force fields. But it barely wasn't enough. Barely. I mean, again, you can see how low HP the army is. The stimming has been crazy. But he does it. He does break through. Takes down the sentry, the stalkers. And this wasn't even the most orthodox all-in either. Like, again, I was expecting, like, extra axes behind this, but no, he just sent it. He just sent it across the map. Just pull the boys, happy. True, true. And with that, GG gets called. GuMiho, he will overwhelm, and he will take down herO 2-1, qualifying for GSL. GG. GG, well played. GuMiho, he does claim the series, and he will qualify for GSL. As a reminder, these are qualifying matches, and these are all best of 3s. These are all best of 3s. And again, a very intense back and forth. Even game 1 was a banger. Going for the base trade, going for the DTs. Once again, all in play, of course, out of GuMiho. All three games, hyper aggression out of GuMiho. Now, I'll be honest, I was surprised to see herO be greedy in the ace match. I was surprised to see herO go for a more economic build on ultra lovable maps. Ultra love has a shorter rush distance by ground, has a defendable third base, but GuMiho, he didn't hit the third, he went right down the middle in between the third and the natural instead. And GuMiho just went for the kill. GG. GG, well played. He does punish herO for being a little bit too greedy there, and GuMiho is our first player to qualify for the GSL. Congratulations. Congratulations. With that means that we have our next series getting ready for us, actually. We have our next series, as you can see here. Bam! Shin was waiting for the loser of that series in another qualifying match, so we do have them here ready for us. It is going to be, as I quickly set them up, Shin versus herO. So again, this is double elimination. So herO, he goes down to GuMiho, and he goes down to face off against Shin for one final chance, or one more chance to qualify for GSL. I say one more chance and not one final chance because there is a wildcard qualifier. There's a wildcard section where the players that did well for themselves but didn't qualify, they all get seeded into their own bracket. Basically, all the third placing players of all the groups, they get seeded like into this kind of wildcard qualifier, or this this round robin, or not round robin, but this other group, other brackets where they face off against each other. So there would still be another final chance. Thank you so much, Blake. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 20 months of subscribing to the channel. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. Almost 2 years. Almost 2 years of support. Thank you so much. We do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I see someone asking in chat, when were these games played live? The games were the games were never casted live, but the games were played last week. They were played last week. Ideally, we would have casted these matches last week as well, but our schedule was really busy. Again, we cast twice a day, every single day, and we had no room for a GSL qualifier cast. But this week, we have room. This week, we do have some room here. We are jumping into our next best of 3. We're jumping into Shin versus herO. Let's go. Let us go. And another best of 3. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss. He just got cheesed the hell out by GuMiho. We'll see if he can redeem himself here and now. For his new team, Twisted Minds, it is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have his good friend and old teammate. We have the Korean Zerg player representing Weibo Gaming. It is Shin. Here we go. As we have our PVZ. Again, for those who maybe are a little bit newer to StarCraft, Shin and herO, for a very, very long time, they were both on CJ. They were both on CJ Entus. And if you tune in to their Instagram, either herO or Shin's Instagram, they do often, not even just them, but Bunny as well, they do often post every now and then whenever they go out. They get some like KBBQ together. They all hang out like after games, after GSLs. They get some drinks. And it's really cool to see like that friendship persist over time. Specifically, herO, Shin, and Bunny. They're all on CJ together. They're also good friends. And sometimes you see like Biel, or sometimes you see some of the other ex-CJ players that are no longer competing. Sometimes hang out with them as well. So really cool to see. Really cool to see. So do recommend it. When it comes to seeing like who's like interacting like out of game and off stream, always fun to see. So now we do have our initial setup here. Have our setup. Interesting that herO does go for the gate Cyber Expand, I believe just before that Nexus. So our eyes are on herO. Yo, what's going on? As it does skirt around towards the third base location. Shin just going Hatch Gas Pool. Are we going Proxy Stargate? No shot. Okay, it's going in for the scout. Going in for the scout. Initial Adept is on the way. And again, the Adept is going to be slightly earlier than normal. As we have the Stargate back at home. So Stargate opener out of herO. When it comes to the opener, when it comes to the build, we don't really expect too much deviation here. I say that herO, he is quite fond of going into Stargate, into Glaives before the third. He does like to whip that out every now and then in a series. So that's something to look out for in this best of 3, for sure. Shin going for his linear third. As herO does threaten the shade. Keeping tabs on Shin. Likewise, Stargate is done, and the Oracle is on the way. It's not uncommon to open up Void Ray. Like, you can open up Void Ray, and you can, your goal would be to hunt down Overlords and deny vision. Likewise, you can also open up Phoenix for a similar result as well, but we can see herO just going Oracle. Just goes for a standard opener, Oracle, into Harass across the map. It's going to be up to Shin to keep up with the Adept Harass and with the Oracle Harass as well. So it's on Shin to keep up. Ling speed is almost done. Tabs threatening another shade. Oracle's on the way. We have 1 Spore in the main. We have 2 Queens here at the natural. There is potential for damage. As Ling's, yeah, they're out of position. Adepts, a shade into the main. Eva Shaman gets turned down. We do try to buy some time. 1 drone gets picked up. He gets 1. 1 so far. Oracle towards the natural. Spore not in position. Yeah, no Spore here at the natural base, and this is getting out of hand. Getting up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drone kills. Ay. This is far too much. Getting up to almost 10. 10 workers go down. That should not have happened. Again, Shin out of position with the Lings. Shin out of position with the Queens. And this is getting out of hand. 12 drone kills and some lava and lost mining time. And with that, herO has a massive lead. He's looking very comfortable here. Behind this, going for additional Oracles, second into his third Oracle, into his Twilight Council, into most likely Blink, waiting for the Forge, waiting for +1. But here, he has a nice lead, and again, that should not have happened. Shin was being greedy. He's being greedy. In the sense that he had delayed his second Spore. And he was punished for it. With that, herO once again poking in. Yeah, this time we have 1 Spore in each base. But again, the damage has already been done. Plus on Carapace on the way. Okay, interesting. It's not often an upgrade I see prioritized in this matchup. As we have the stage traps in the main. Catching out a Ling, catching out 1 drone. Nothing major. But still damage nonetheless. Shin is going for his Roach Horn. This might just be a Ling Ravager all-in. I'm curious kind of where this leads. Just because, again, Carapace is just an upgrade that you rarely see. in PvZ. So we are going to be committing. Likewise, stasis into the mineral line. Oh, it does go off, catching out 3 drones and a queen. Ay, ay, ay. Like, you already got the damage, Pappy. You don't need to keep going. herO, calm down. He's going for another. No, no reaction. Doesn't pull away. Another stasis goes off, gets half the mineral line. And here comes herO. Blink is almost done. He's rushing into a flea peak and he's rushing into Sky Toss. Okay. herO getting fancy. Again, we don't need to do this, but okay. Why not? Why not? We're far enough ahead. Go down to the Temple Archives, get Storm, get Extemptable Lance, Resource Tectonic Destabilizers. Just why not? Why not? Let's get everything. Ay, ay, ay. Now Shin, he does have a Link counterattack that can delay the 4th base at least. But hero's moving in, gets a queen, takes down queens, takes down roaches. Lings, they trickle in, the stasis traps behind this as well. Oof, and the stasis traps, they catch out the Lings. Brutal connections. herO going to be forced back, and Shin, as we mentioned, this +1 carapace does scream Ling Ravager all in. So I feel like that's probably where we're headed. Oh, Alien S also on the way, okay. Getting to a nest. Building up more Ling Roach. So far, Shin is treading water. Likewise, Oracle's AC, 0 saturation at the 4th. Let's herO know to set up back at home. Shield batteries are on the way. Cannons are on the way. Is getting ready for the push. It's getting ready for the assault. Storm is almost done. Tempest production has begun as well. It's making 2 Tempests at a time. And again, usually you would not be able to get away with this, right? Like, this is so much resources invested into Tempest, into the Fleet Peak, into the 2nd Stargate. Like, it's quite expensive. But because of the economic damage, herO, he's safe. Like, he's safe to do so. Like, Shin is just quite far behind here. It's one of those things where, say it with me, the soup does lie. Soup does lie. Shin, he's up in supply, but that's inflated by the roaches, by the Ravagers. Likewise, his economy has been lackluster up until now, where he's finally joining up to 70. And now here he comes. Again, the side defense is waiting for him. We have the attempted Baneling bust here towards the natural. Let's go. Here his army is split. He's got Storm towards the side. Likewise, Tempest towards the south. Tempests are revealed for the first time. And Shin's like, what the hell? Why are the Tempests here? I have zero anti-air. No Hydras, no Spire, no Corruptors, no Mutas, no nothing. He has Queens. And even then, he only has 5. He has 5 Queens for defense. Celeron by moving out. How good are the Storms going to be? Oh! Storms, they pop off, they graze a Ling Bane. Oh! The army's moving in. He does move in. So far, the Ling Bane is dealt with. At the same time, Bane busts you on the right-hand side. Tempest hit the defend. Tempest, they slowly kill the Banelings. But yeah, GG gets called. He's not going to be broken. And herO, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. herO, he keeps up, he shuts him down. herO does take a lead, and a shout out in the chat. Thank you so much to Silly Dobby in the chat. Gap, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 3 months subscription streak. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for resubscribing for 3 months, and also to Draconix. Gap, oh my god, Draconix. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Thank you so much for resubscribing as well. Also for 3 months. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate the support. Do appreciate the subscriptions. Again, all the money that we make here goes back in towards the tournaments that we run and the events that we host. So thank you so much for all the support. And likewise, thank you so much to Blakeadoos for the 100 bits as well. Thank you. Thank you. So we are getting into our next game. Here we go. Carapace must be a misclick, right? Maybe. Like, in my mind, Carapace would make sense for certain all-ins, but based on the fact that Shin didn't go for anything like that, I think that was a misstep. The reason why I assume this, for those that are maybe a little bit unfamiliar with the importance of upgrades or how they impact this matchup, typically Carapace upgrades are delayed, if not avoided, unless you're going into like heavy Roach Ravager styles, just because the tankiness and the durability of your army doesn't really matter as much, just because Colossus, Storm, Adepts, a lot of these units have high impact damage, so the Carapace upgrades don't actually help you that much as attack upgrades, for example. Unlike where in ZVT, where the Marine attack the attack rate is very high, but the attack damage is a little bit lower, so Carapace helps so much against like bio-heavy compositions, because again, like, the attack rate is so high, and Carapace, the defense upgrade applies to every single attack of the Marine, for example, and it does of course bolster your Ling Bane army to collapse on the army, whereas it's a different dynamic against Protoss. Very different. But here we go, we're getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Amygdala, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Twisted Minds, leading the series 1-0, and one game away from qualifying for GSL. It is herO. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player with the blue Zerg, the South Korean Zerg representing Weibo Gaming. It is Shin. There are certain instances in this matchup where Carapace is impactful. Specifically, I'm thinking of Hydra versus Carrier. I mentioned how the Carapace upgrade works really well against Terran and against Marines because of the high attack rate of the Marine and the relatively lower damage, right? It is similar with Interceptors, right? Interceptors also have a higher attack rate. There's a lot of Interceptors, they swarm around, they do a lot of like small damage over time, a lot of like lower damage over time. And that's where Carapace upgrades can help against that kind of unit in like Hydra versus Carrier. Outside of that, not as much though. But you know, there are certain niche instances where Carapace can be important, for sure. But from here, we are going to be settling in. It is going to be another Stargate opener out of herO. No surprises here. Winding it back, of course, herO, he had a massive lead last game with his Oracle and Adept Harass. Remember, he killed, was it 12? It's like 12 drones alongside Larva, the stasis traps as well. Like, Shin was having a very hard time keeping up with the aggression of herO last game, and that was partly because he was out of position and being greedy as well. We spoke about how Shin, his queens were distracted in the main base by the Adepts. Lings missed the Adepts, so the Lings were out of position, and it did open up the natural. There was no Spore. Oracle came in. Like, it was disastrous. It was just a disastrous start, and herO, he almost won the game then and there. From that moment, Shin had to make two choices: either be hyper greedy or go for an all-in, just because he had fallen so far behind, and he wasn't quite able to achieve either one. Didn't go for the all-in, didn't go for hyper greed, and he was just trying to keep up and trying to recover, but it was just too much to recover from. On top of that, herO did a great job at capitalizing on his lead. After he secured himself in that last game, after he dealt all that damage, what did he do? He rushed into Sky Toss. It was crazy. he rushed into Tempest, while also getting to Storm and getting to Blink Stalkers. Like, herO just had that much freedom to do so. In a standard, like, back and forth game, you should never be able to do that. That should not be possible, but because of his lead, like, he was able to get away with that. As the Oracle does hit once again, no Spore. Once again, no Spore. The natural Queen's a little bit far back. 4 drones going to be going down. Nice damage so far here by herO. But the Depths this time are cleaned up, and Shin, he will defend. Ooh, as he bleeds out another 2 more workers. This is still very nice damage for herO. Usually the first Oracle gets like maybe 2. Like 2 drones. 2 drones is acceptable. Losing up to 6 is brutal. Thankfully, this is nowhere near as much as last game. Remember, last game it was 12 drone kills. So this is still better than game 1, but not ideal. It's still kind of rough. As the second Oracle does poke in. Denying mining time. Going for stasis. Shin does pull away. Behind this, we have the Twilight Council, we have the Forge, we have +1 and Blink on the horizon. More Oracles towards the natural. And Shin, he's keeping up. Getting another. Getting another 2 workers. It's all adding up over time. The oracles, they do survive. Oh god. Better positioning here from Shin. And you can see, like, as the queen count gets higher, it becomes more and more difficult for herO to get damage done. So Shin is securing himself. As herO once again he slips into the natural. Oh, doesn't get a drone. Oh, that's way too soon. Gets one. Oh god. Gets 2 drones, but takes a lot of hull damage on that oracle. That's like the hell out of here. At the same time, Lings, they attempt to run by, but last herO, he's secure back at home. Lair is on the way for Shin. And herO is fully saturating. Coming into this, as it all settles, herO, he got 10 drone kills and 7 Lings in total. Did bleed out Adepts, but Adepts don't really scale too well in a longer game, so really good trades here from herO. Behind this Blink +1, we do have our Temple Archives into Storm. This time herO should not be rushing into Tempest the way they did last time. Just to re-emphasize, the reason why I got away with that is because herO had a massive lead early on. Here the lead is nowhere near as great, so it would be more difficult to get away with that kind of greed, with that kind of technique. So we have a much more standard follow-up out of herO. It's more standard. Oracles, they will deny and delay the 4th. No Roach Warren, so we just, as the Queen gets harder down, but no Roaches, so it's going to be Ling Hydra out of Shin. No upgrades, though, which is a little bit surprising to me. Typically, we'd see +1 melee by now. Ooh, going to +1 range. Interesting. So, range upgrade typically means that we're going to be fixating a lot more on Hydras, less on Lings. We have a lot of Lings, that is true, but now it all makes sense. +1 range, why? Infestation Pit. Lurkers. Shin is trying to take up into Lunkers. That is the goal, that is the plan. Before we can get there, the 4th base is going to be denied for a 2nd time. Brutal pickoff. This is getting a little bit out of hand. Shin, he needs a 4th. Likewise, Lings, they attempt this around. Stasis going off. Sentries are left behind. So we get some decent pickups here. But Shin kind of fully engage. And GG gets called. It's just too much. And Shin, he will tap out. herO will break him. And herO takes the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. When it comes to that kind of scenario, I should also emphasize, we did mention how the 4th base was denied twice. The 4th base is a really crucial part of ZVP in this kind of scenario, in this kind of dynamic. The 4th base is not just your economy, it's your production as well. Not getting a 4th base is a win condition for herO. It's actually quite similar in ZVT as well. With your 7-minute move out with Stim and 2 tanks, like the goal is also to break the 4th. And if you can break the 4th, like that's game then and there. You could definitely argue that Shin could have tried to stick it out, but remember, Shin, he was not set up for an all-in. Shin, he was taking up into Hive and into Lurkers. That's why he had the Infestation Pit. He also had no upgrades because he had later +1 range. He was setting up for a longer game, which means he needs that 4th. GG. GG, well played. He just cannot get it up and running, and with that, herO qualifies. Whew. herO, he does qualify here for the GSL. And Shin, he is going to be knocked out of the group. He's going to be knocked out of the group. Now, just as a reminder, Shin, he will have another chance in that quote-unquote wildcard qualifier where the players that fail to qualify through these groups, they're all going to be invited into a separate bracket. They're all going to be invited. So Shin, he will have another chance. Have another chance. So just setting up our players here as we are getting ready for our next match. Here we go. Up next, we are going to be hopping over to Group B. So that was Group A. That was Group A. Again, 2 qualifying spots per group. That was Group A wrapping up with herO and GuMiho. Up next, we have Group B. Up next, we're going to be featuring... Oh, sorry. There we go. Up next, we are going to be featuring our next set of players. We have Rogue and Classic facing off in another Zerg vs Protoss matchup. Let's go. Let us go. This is the first qualifying match of Group B, and we're jumping into ley lines. Here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing his new team, Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Hold on. That is not the match I was looking for. Wait. Oh. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. Sorry, some of these were actually mislabeled. Hold on. Feels a GSL, man. So I thought I made a mistake, but some of these have been mislabeled. Okay, we know where we are. Other way around. We have our next matchup here. It's actually not going to be PVZ. That is going to be a PVT. So the name says one thing, the replay says something different. So it looks like some of this was mislabeled, unfortunately, but now we know where we are. We're good. We're good to go. It is going to be a TVP between Maru and Classic. They're going to be facing off in their turn versus Protoss. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Oh, it is for Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Terran player, the South Korean Terran for Team Vitality. It is Maru. Here we go, and I'm really curious to see how Maru performs here. I'll be honest. So Maru, he is a player that has been very inactive over the past couple of months. He has played sporadically in a couple of tournaments. If you've been watching StarCraft, you would know that Maru had a very lackluster performance in Lily Cup. And Lily Cup at the start of the year, likewise in the Pigsty Festival number 5 as well, where Maru, he got knocked down in the first round. He went down to Lancer in, I believe it was a Lily Cup or Master Coliseum, but he went down to Lancer in TVP. He also went down, I want to say to Dark in the Pigsty Festival number 5. I have to double check that actually. Pigsty. Let's do 5. But I remember him going down in the group stage. Let's see here. Yeah, in the group stage, he went to Dark and Classic. Hey, there you go. This is a rematch. But Maru, he went down to Dark and Classic in the Pigsty Festival as well. That was what, like 1-2 months ago. So Maru has been looking very shaky as of late. Now there is a reason for this. We did announce this during the podcast a couple of months ago. I'd say that like maybe a month ago at this point, maybe a month and a half. But Maru, he did enlist in the military. I say he enlisted. He got everything ready. He got everything to go. He was getting ready to go, but he didn't get called upon. And there is a law in Korea where if you like register, if you sign up, and if you're ready to like do your military service, and if the administration fails to actually call upon you because they have no room, because they have no like free slots at the time for 3 years in a row, then technically you are classified as finishing your mandatory military service. So Maru, for the past 3 years, he has registered, he has been ready for it, and he hasn't been called upon. So Maru, he is now technically he finishes military service. He's done. He is now done. And this was announced maybe like almost 2 months ago. But because I think Maru, he had something to say. He was talking about how we can infer from that maybe Maru, he was expecting to go to the military, and maybe he was not committing and devoting as much time to StarCraft at the time, which would make sense as to why his performance was a little bit lackluster. But now that he doesn't have to worry about that, now that he has technically done his military service, now he can focus on StarCraft, on EWC, on GSL. So Maru's had a rough 2025 so far. We'll see if he can make up for that coming into GSL. That's also why I was really excited to see Maru coming into Star Zagora, and why I was really sad to see that Maru won't be going to Star Zagora. I was looking forward to see, like, again, like how he was looking, his form currently, considering, you know, again, what we've seen from him so far in this year. So we won't be seeing him at Star Zagora, but we'll be seeing him here in GSL. For those that are curious why we're not seeing him at Star Zagora, as we do have our initial reactor Hellion production going into the mineral line. Remember, 3 Hellions, they can one-shot probes, and they will one-shot. Oh my god. Probes, they barely get away. So far getting 1, getting up to 2. Nothing major so far. Classic, he's holding on. He was forced to take the unnatural natural because of the eBay block, but so far, Classic, he does hold. Whew, okay. We're good to go. For those who are curious why he's not going, it is because, fun fact, in this month we have 2 GSLs. we have 2 GSLs in the same month, by the way. That is crazy. We have GSL Season 1 and GSL Season 2. The schedule as we go to the 6 Hellions, Jesus Christ. As we go up to 6 Hellions, headed towards that match and that natural mineral line, probes are going to be going down. Finally, they line up. Finally, they're lining up, and here we go. More probe damage being dealt. We get 6 workers in total. Classic trying to keep up. You can see how difficult and how awkward it is to defend both your natural and your main base when you're forced to take the unnatural natural. It is difficult. And Maru, he's punishing. And behind this, we're not done. We're going for our earlier stim timing. Add-on swap 3-1-1 setup. Delayed starport out of Maru. This feels like the beginning of a 2-base all-in. Meanwhile, Classic opening up Dark Shrine. Let's go. But because the month, the month in the GSL season is so packed, so scheduled, so intense, Maru did say that he was not going for Star Zagora so he can focus on GSL and also focus on his own health and recovery. Just because he does have shoulder issues and shoulder pains, and yeah, like rest is an important part of maintaining himself. So it is a bit of a shame, but like the schedule's just really jam-packed for GSL, Star Zagora, DreamHack Dallas as well. Like it's all in the same like month period. It's crazy. But here we go. DTs are moving out. Remember, it was a DT opener into more delayed blink. Likewise, Maru, he's secure. He has a safety turret here at the natural. Ay. He's set up. Likewise, as we mentioned before, delayed starport. So because the starport is so late, that means we have an abundance of Marines to work with early on. Stim is prioritized as well. So Maru, he's hyper-fixated on building up his army first before going for any kind of drop play. Maru really lucked out on service. I mean, he was like actively looking to like enlist. Like he was... I think that's important to bear in mind as well. Like he was, again, actively like signing up, registering. He was like ready to go for 3 years in a row. Just never got called upon. So that is important to bear in mind. So we have Classic dropping into the main. Double DT. It looks like he will barely deny the turret. Oh my god! Turret is denied, but we have scans. Yeah, we have scans. Turret does complete regardless. DTs are zoned away. Templar Force back. And we mentioned this before, because of the delayed starport, because of the abundance of Marines, Maru, he has a massive army. Takes down the Observer. He's holding onto his stim. Tank does siege. Maru's pushing, and does Maru pull the boys? Yeah, he does. 2-base all in. 2-base all in. Again, the opener did scream it. Does commit, catching out the Stalkers, and Classic, he is in trouble here. Bleeding out so many Stalkers already. That's 3 Stalkers going down. 3 Stalkers. Scan takes down the Dark Templar. Back at home, what do we have to defend? We have 1 Colossus. 1 Colossus. 1 Dark Templar. A couple of Stalkers. More DTs are morphing in. We spoke about this in the GuMiho series, where DTs are ideal against all-ins. As scans are limited, there's the second scan. Tank volley's going off. DT catches a tank. 1 tank goes down to 2 tanks. Turrets on the way. More DTs filing in. Trying to force out more scans. Does have one. Did have another scan available. You can see him leapfrogging forward with those turrets. GT coming in. Denies one of the turrets. Classic catching reinforcements, catching Marines. But the natural is going to go down. These are some nice pickups out of Classic, but the natural will crumble. Classic trying to move in. Again, he's pushing into 2 tanks. The boys are still here. The boys, they tank. GT goes down. There's that one disruptor. But there's barely a standing army. There's barely any gateway units here to work with. Never goes off. Never goes off. Tank is being repaired. And disruptor goes down as well. Brutal losses here for Classic. Down goes the natural. Classic's army barely standing. And Maru is pushing in. He's closing in. Closing on the expansion. Likewise does catch a Dark Templar. Templar goes down. Classic catching reinforcements. Not bad. Taking down some Marauders. Over the Colossus. He snipes the Colossus. Depowers the Robo. Does depower. Takes down the Colossi. And he's done it. At this point, what is there left to work with? Chargers, never mind. They're coming in. They take down the tank. They take down one of the tanks. There's still 1 tank left. Pylon's on the way. But Maru's win condition is to take down that pylon to depower the Robo once again, and he will. GG gets called, and Maru, he will break Classic. He will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Does take game 1, does take a lead in the series, and also a shout out to Babylings. Babylings for 36 months, 3 years. That's crazy. 3 years of support. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. As always, as always. Long-time supporter of the channel. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. As we continue our GSL qualifiers, again, Maru does take a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on Amygdala. Here we go. Crazy. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South Green Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Virtus Pro down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can recover and make a series out of this. It is Classic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Green Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Vitality. It is Maru. Let's go. Let's go. Now, once again, winding it back, a lot of that game did come down to the initial opener. What happened at the start of the game, we saw the eBay block, right? The eBay block was the beginning of the end here, where it forced Classic to take the unnatural natural. In doing so, he was punished by the 6 Hellion opener of Maru, going and getting into mineral lines, roasting up probes, and the follow-up, of course, was the 2-base all-in. 2-base all-in, late starport, faster third racks, faster stim, pull the boys. So the aggression just did not stop. I do appreciate that Classic did go for Dark Templar. I do think that's a really good way to deal with all-ins, and we saw that a lot of scans were being forced out, as we have another eBay block at the natural. A lot of scans were being forced out, but Maru, he was holding on to those scans, right? He was intentionally not muling back at home, and he was also, because of his SCVs, able to get some turrets up and running as well. The turrets were also a crucial part to really secure himself across the map, to keep that push going. It all still came together. Meanwhile, Classic, it's going to be a late scout of the low ground, and Classic once again forced to take the unnatural natural. Forced to expand at the 3rd. And once again, he's going to be vulnerable because of this. Now, we could see Maru just go for the same build. We could see Reactor to Hellion once again to try to abuse these 2 locations, or we could see Maru mix it up. You don't have to. You can just play standard from here. You don't have to try to punish this. We'll see. We shall see. So now we are going to be opening up. It is going to be a Stargate opener at a Classic. Interesting. Now, Stargate openers are very safe in specifically this situation. The reason for this, I would imagine this is going to be Stargate into Oracle, because it is so awkward to defend both these locations at once, back and forth and back again. The Oracle doesn't care about terrain. The Oracle can easily go between your own natural mineral line and your main mineral line, go back and forth. So the Oracle can actually be quite useful tool here defensively against this kind of setup. Meanwhile, Maru going proxy starport. Oh boy. This looks like a Hellion drop. Adept gets across the map, will delay the CC. Not bad. Command center is delayed. We have once again reacted Hellion on the way. This is confirmed. This is spotted. Classic is somewhat aware. Now behind this Classic, he has to confirm, is it reacted Hellion or are we going into Widowmine production behind this? But now he delays once again. He gets 1, 2, 3 SCVs. Takes down 3 workers. He will confirm extra Hellions. Now he knows. He's fully aware of the mass Hellion coming his way. Back at home, we have a shield battery. There's that Oracle that we did mention. And Maru, he's going for the medevac, going for the drop. Classic, he's on patrol. And as you can see, Classic, he's not moving out with the Oracle. It's keeping it at home. Its purpose here is to defend. As the Hellions, they make their way into the main. We have a full wall, but that doesn't matter. Hellions, they bust into the mineral line. And Probe's going to be going down. They're getting roasted. Gets 1, 2, 3 probes so far. Oh. Getting up to 4. Hop pick up. Saves the Hellions. Going in once again. Oh my god, the juggling. Jesus. Does attempt to juggle here. Does attempt to avoid some shots. Not fully able to. But more Hellions are. They're still trickling in. Phoenix has arrived. And Classic, he will hold. He will hold. He will shut this down. And how much did he lose? As that was 9 probe kills. 9 workers for 5 Hellions. Not the best trade from Maru, considering how many Hellions were thrown away. Oh my god. Macfield? Let's go. We have Cyclones in production. Now, this is not a mech transition, but this is to be safe against the Phoenixes. Maru, he's assuming that more Phoenixes are on the way. Hellion goes back in, but this time is denied. Nice warp in here from Classic. Shuts down the dive. Gets across the map. Not enough energy for a lift. And not enough. Oracle goes down. A Cyclone will defend. Shuts down the Adepts. As they head into the mineral line. They get 1 SCV. Just the one. Maru holds. He does hold behind this, going into his Cyclones to be safe, and going into Proxy Cloak Banshee. It's crazy. Now, something important just happened. The Oracle got sniped by the Cyclone. So now there is no Oracle to defend, which means there's no Revelation. Checking the units here, he has 0 Oracles. Oh, but the Phoenix does scout. Whew. Does scout, does confirm, does get eyes on the researching tech lab. He knows. He now knows behind this Robo's on the way. And we might just see a chroned out Oracle. Never mind, we're just going to deny. Yeah, Stalkers, they move in, and they will deny the Banshees. As Stalkers deny this proxy, though, here comes Maru with a push towards the 3rd. It does force a recall. Does force the recall. Classic does hold. He does deny the Banshee. Classic is keeping up. He's keeping up. Likewise, we built up to 3 Cyclones. And they will take down at least some of these Stalkers. But they're focusing down. He gets 1. Takes on 1 Cyclone so far. Nice blink control, breaking the logons. It does break them. The marine cannon is getting lower and lower. Classic moving in. There is no bunker. Uh-oh. Yeah, no bunker back at home. Classic pushing forward. Maru, he's in a little bit of danger here. He has to pull the boys. Once again, breaking logons. 1 Stalker goes down. For a Cyclone. Better trade for Classic. Classic, he pulls away. Now claiming his 3rd base. Getting up to a proper 3-base saturation. And working towards Colossus. Colossus, Forge, +1. Building up towards the mid-game. Classic is getting there. And he does snipe the starport, not bad. Does bring it down. Maru pulling back to the natural. Has to rebuild his starport. He has no drop play, he has no drop potential. Just contained back at home. I mean, that's the downside of going for the proxy. 0 drop, 0 Metamax. Again, only 1 Cyclone remaining. Macfield wasn't quite as worth it. Oh. So Classic pulls away, scouts the main. We have a 5-rack setup on Jesus. 5-rack setup on 2 bases. This does look like the beginning of a 2-base all-in. I mean, considering how delayed the starport production is, that would make sense. So just like the previous game, Maru, he may pull the boys with this. Basically, we're waiting for a 3rd CC. The longer this game goes on without a 3rd CC, the more likely it is that we just pull the boys. So Maru goes straight with the Stalkers. Maru moving out. Medevacs have arrived. And Classic back at home, what do you have to defend? He does have 1 Colossus. Yeah, he's got his first Colossus. 2nd Colossus on the way. Maru, he is committed here. Remember, there is no 3rd CC. There is no expansion behind this. He has to deal critical damage. Bearing in mind the Classic is getting he already has a 4th base. So he's got double the base count. Zelsay catch reinforcements. Colossus is revealed. Dust him in. Up. Gets the first Colossus. Not bad. Colossus goes down. But Zelsay coming from behind. They caught the reinforcements, and Classic will shut this down. He will shut this down completely. We'll take a matchup to the face. Cleans up the first army. And there's just nothing left. There's nothing behind this here. There's a couple of Marauders, a couple of Widow Mines. Another Colossus has already arrived. GG gets called. The push fails, and Classic ties up the series 1-1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Classic, he does survive, does persevere. Again, Maru was essentially all in with that move out. Opted not to pull the boys, but even if he had, there was already a Colossus. There was a 2nd Colossus on the way. Again, Classic, he had gotten away with quite a solid economy here on 4 bases. And yeah, Maru, there was nothing else behind it. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into the ace match here. And we'll see how this story ends. Will it go the way of Classic? Will it go the way of Maru? Let's go. Let us go. As we are jumping in. Poor Maru gets Classic in the first round. I mean, again, Classic, he's the person that knocked Maru out of Pigsty Festival. Like, that did happen. Did happen. And here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player representing Team Vitality. It is Maru. Here we go. Top of my head, how did Classic win? It was a failed all-in at a Maru. That's the simplistic version. Something that we should also emphasize as well, with the Stargate opener from Classic, it did feel like Maru, he did overreact to it. I was touching on the Cyclone production and the Macfil accelerators. Typically, that's a response to Phoenix play. If Classic had gone Stargate opener into 3, 4, 5 Phoenixes, into Phoenix Colossus or into Phoenix Charge, then Maru would have been in a much better position. But if you remember, it was only 1 Phoenix. It was only 1 Phoenix, and Classic switched into Blink Stalker. Because of that, the investment into the Cyclones and the investment into Macfil accelerators wasn't as viable, or it wasn't as impactful. It didn't really achieve too much. So it was a really rough follow-up there out of Maru, and then of course it led into Maru going for the 2-base all-in. But Classic, he just shut it down really well. On top of that, I shouldn't forget, remember, Maru, he didn't just invest into Macfil accelerators, he also invested into Cloak Banshee, which also got shut down, right? Like, that's more resources invested into, you know, not medevacs, not starport production to support his army, into something that never came to fruition. So really nice tech switch at a Classic, and also really important that he was able to deny the Cloak Banshee before it really got going. I would say that the opener was better for Maru, as in, if you remember, Maru, he killed 9 probes. Like, it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad that Maru was able to get some economic damage done with his Hellions, but, like, the aftermath of that was more shaky. So there's a lot that it did kind of slowly add up over the course of that game. From here, Maru does open up economically, so ranks expand out of Maru into a delayed factory. Meanwhile, Classic, once again, standard opener. And for the first time this series, Classic, he can expand. he can expand freely. There is no eBay block. Likewise, because Classic can now expand freely, Maru, he's not tempted to go Reactored Hellion, right? Like, every game in the series, we've seen Reactored Hellion and commitment into Hellion run-bys and Hellion aggression because of how vulnerable Classic was. That shouldn't be the case here. From here, we can see Reactored Widowmine instead. We could see Hellion into Widowmine or just straight up Widowmine instead. Our eyes are on Maru. For now, Hellion. Ooh. So 2 Hellions on the way. Now, I don't expect us to see a 3rd and 4th Hellion, but we'll see. Oh, never mind. God damn it. It's a Hellion drop. It's proxy star put across the map, so it is going to be a 1-1-1 Reactored Hellion into Hellion drop. So the Hellion drops, they continue here for Maru. We'll see if Classic is aware of this, though. We'll see if he can get a read on this. So we have more Hellions on the way. Fun fact, this is actually the same build or a similar build that we saw last game. He scouts! He scouts, he sees, he knows, he does find the starport. And this Hellion drop should not deal any damage. It shouldn't do much, I should say. Oh. Hellions, they threaten the natural. SimCity is solid, Classic is in position. And likewise, he rotates over towards the main. And this is why I would discourage this kind of play multiple times in a series, right? If you do this once already, if you do it twice, now your opponent is that much more mentally prepared for this kind of play. We have a full wall here at the natural. Ooh, despite that, 2 probes go down. Not bad. Medevac is denied. Rotates over, Stalker's in position. Boosting into the main. And Maru, he commits regardless. Does commit. Probes, they line up. Nice force field. Force field does lock down the army. Hellions looking for another way in. They rush in towards the natural. Up, and the Hellions, they make it through. Yeah, 3 Hellions, they one-shot. Probes are getting roasted. And how many go down? Not many. 8. Not bad. 8 workers for 4 Hellions, and the medevac does survive. He's not done. Jesus. He's not done. He's not subbing. Going for another Hellion drop into the main. Classic is out of position. He moves out. There's nothing at home. And more workers are falling. 2 Hellions, a 2-shot. Hunting down more workers. Hunting down more probes. Denying any kind of mining in the main. And again, the follow-up Hellions, these are unexpected. These typically don't happen. Well, Classic walking up the ramp. Goes into the natural. Does go in, he's getting locked down by the boys. The boys are being pulled. The bunker does shut down one of their stalkers. Not bad. And with that, Maru, he will hold. He will hold. Blink isn't done. No, there's no blink. Just now finishing. Blink was late to complete. And Maru, he bleeds out another 9 SCVs. We do trade. 13 probes for 9 SCVs. Maru does hold. And this time the starport makes it back home. This time there's no crazy proxy Banshee. There's no Banshee follow-up. From here, Maru going for his add-on swap. Interesting. So Maru, he does cut tanks at 2. So only 2 tanks. Now going into stim and combat shields. Classic back at home. Throwing down extra gateways on 2 bases. This is quite committed, actually. Getting up to a 4-gate setup before the 3rd. This might just be overly safe, but Classic, he does delay his expansion. His expansion is quite late this time. So a late 3rd base at a Classic. Getting into faster charge. Now, this might work out well. The faster charge and the abundance of gateways early on, and now, like, the prioritization here of Colossus production, this is all safe, right? It's all safe play from Classic. If Maru goes for an all-in, there are going to be a lot of Zelts available here. be a lot of charge lots. And Maru has gone for 2 base all-ins 2 games in a row. True. So, I mean, it would be a good read. I say safe. It was safe, but this was still a bay after the 3rd. It's not the safest play at a Classic. Observer goes down. Maru's getting ready for his move out. Stim is finishing. And here comes the push. And do we pull the boys? It's an all-in. I pan over. What do I see? I see 2 Raxes without add-ons. It's a 2 base all-in. 2 base all-in here from Maru. He's committing across the map. Classic trying to slow this down. Nice force fields. He does lock down the army. Not bad. Picks off some Marines. Catches the Winter Mine. Tanks. Ooh, getting some volleys off. Tanks force the siege, and again, every second counts. Classic gets to buy as much time as possible. The first Colossus should come out. Should pop out in time. More reinforcements on the way. The boys are being pulled. Again, Maru, he's completely all in. Tanks are sieging. Colossus is exposed. Oh. Yeah, the Colossus is going to be targeted down. Likewise, Charge will take it on top of the tank. Not bad. Tank does fall. He gets one, he gets both tanks. More Zealots coming in. And Classic, can he hold on? It's going to be close. The Gateway Army crumbles. Not enough Stalkers, not enough Zealots. The Colossus goes down. No shield batteries. And with that, Maru, he does it. He breaks the natural. Stims in, takes down the pylons, depowers everything at the natural. And there's nothing. There's boys. There's a couple of probes. A couple of Stalkers. Again, Classic did overextend. He got the tanks, but he lost everything in the process. And Maru is going for the kill. Going for the kill, going for the throat. Again, different variation of all-in every game. And again, Classic, he didn't have the safest build here. He had faster charge, but his Colossus production was more later, was more delayed. Viking lands, and he takes down every probe. Yeah, all the probes are falling. The boys are being pulled. The final stand up for Classic. And Maru, he stims, and he wins. He stims and he wins, takes out everything. GG gets called, and Maru, he will qualify for GSL. GG. GG, well played. Maru, he does qualify. Very fast games, all in after all in after all in. Classic, he was able to somewhat keep up, but here we had some spiciness out of Maru. I was surprised, and Classic as well, to see the drop play continue, right? We had a 4 Hellion drop into the bases, and Classic did a decent job defending, and then we had 2 more. We had 2 more Hellions dropping in. Classic, he was across the map. He bled out so many Stalkers trying to counterattack. It wasn't worth it. Wasn't worth it in the end, especially considering he was up against an all-in. So for that defense, Classic, he had like 7 Stalkers less than he should have. He had 1 less Sentry as well. Likewise, he did delay his Bay in favor of the 3rd base, so later Colossus production, which everything adds up. Everything does add up here when trying to defend against an all-in. GG. GG, well played. With that, Maru, he does claim the series. He does qualify, and Classic, he gets knocked down to... He gets knocked down to another match, to the elimination match, or the decider match, I guess. The second qualifying match of Group B. Let's go. Sorry, just setting things up. But shout out to Classic for forcing the ace match, right? For making a series out of it. I would say that I still haven't seen what I want to see out of Maru yet. We haven't seen any mid-game. It was, again, just non-stop 2 ace all-ins. But I look forward to seeing more of Maru in GSL. Do look forward to it. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are halfway through our initial broadcast. We're halfway through our broadcast. Again, when it comes to the GSL qualifiers, 16 best of 3s. 16 best. It's a lot of best of 3s, papi. It's a lot of matches, so we are going to be covering 6 best of 3s here this morning. As we switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket, you can see the remainder of our matches. We just wrapped up with GuMiho versus herO. GuMiho, he was the first player to qualify over herO. Then herO took down Shin 2-1. herO, the second player to qualify. And Maru, the third player, taking down Classic 2-1. So I do appreciate we've had some ace matches here. We've had some back and forths. We have 3 matches left. We have a Rogue versus Classic, Reynor versus Bjorn, and Zan versus his opponents as well. Here we go. So we are halfway through, and again, we still have plenty more matches to go after this set of 6. That is going to be later on this evening. Again, because there are so many qualifying matches, because there's 16 qualifying matches, we are going to be going over the course of them throughout the course of the day. Throughout the course of a couple of days, actually. That's the plan. So we're pacing ourselves, For now, though, we're going to be going on a short break. We are halfway through the matches, so we'll be back in a couple of minutes with Rogue versus Classic, and eventually Reynor versus Beyond. See you soon. See you soon after the break. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second half of the broadcast. We just wrapped up with 3 qualifying matches, and we have 3 more matches to go. Up first, we have Rogue versus Classic. Classic, he just went down to Maru in a best of 3. It was a close one. It was intense. It was also a short series, to be honest. Like, it was non-stop 2 base ulits. Just non-stop aggression out of Maru, and Classic was able to keep up for some of it, but not for all of it. And that leads us here into our PVZ. And we'll see if Classic can try to shut Rogue down before he can reach his final form. For those that have been watching Rogue as of late, he does have a certain style when it comes to his matchups against Terran and against Protoss. His ZVZ is more chaotic and more intense. I love seeing Rogue in ZVZ. Like, he's very intense and very intentional, and there's a lot of like intricate plays that come into play. When it comes to his other matchups, his goal is usually Lunkers. it's usually, can he make it? Can he slow the game down, get into lurker play, and then play from there, and then really kind of hit his stride, and then really kind of hit his final form? That's typically how he plays out a lot of these matches, but some of the maps are more conducive to that, some of the maps less so. So we'll see. We'll see as we are jumping into game 1. Game 1 is going to be on ley lines. Let's go. Let us go. Likewise, featuring our second Zerg of the night, Shin did fail to qualify earlier versus herO. We'll see if we can get our initial Zerg player into that GSL. We'll see, as of course we have in the top right hand corner our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing his new team, Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the opponent. We have the red Zerg player representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Here we go. Sad to see how Reynor will do in GSL this time. 100%. Like, it's always exciting whenever there are foreigners in GSL, whether it's Reynor, Scarlet, Juanito, Special, sort of. Always exciting. Clem, always exciting to see some players travel to compete, to improve. Always exciting. We'll get there, we'll get to Reynor. For now, you see Rogue, he moves out. He moves out with his first drone. He does not expand on the low ground. He's going for the hash block here at the natural. So cheeky opener out of Rogue. Now, this is not an all-in. Bear that in mind. There's no spawning pool. There's no pool. There's no gases. This is a hatch block. This is only designed to delay the economy of his opponent. It is the equivalent of the pylon block. So it's more expensive, of course, but it's what Zerg players have come up with. So we get a pylon block at the natural base of Rogue. Rogue hatch blocks the natural base of Classic. And from here, Rogue, he's going to be forced to take the unnatural natural. Oh, he might be. Pylon is cancelled. He's going back in. Up! And he won't be able to get the hatchery. Force her down the gas geyser gas into spawning pool before the expansion. Rogue, he wants that natural base. He wants it. Another pylon block. Meanwhile, across the map, 5 voids pulled off the mineral line. They can focus down at that hatchery. Zealot is on the way, and eventually this hatchery will be cancelled. The hatchery is going to be cancelled, and then Classic can expand. But again, this is delaying the economy quite heavily for the Protoss. Oh, is a pylon fit? Oh god, pylon finishes. And Rogue, he's forced to expand elsewhere. This is a late expansion Rogue. This is a rough start. He does go for the eBay block behind this, or the Evo chamber block, I should say. So it cancels the hatchery, throws down the Evo chamber, force to cancel once again. But again, this is quite late. This is a very late expansion. You can see the abundance of minerals that Rogue has. Like, it's just a really shaky and really messy start. Rogue was doing everything he can to take his natural base, and he was denied it. In the main, he attempts the gas steal. He attempts to. For those that are curious, you cannot actually throw down a gas geyser if there's an enemy unit in position, or I mean a unit in position in general, to block. So Classic, he protects his gas geyser. Does protect. Likewise, the pylon's still up and running as well. Link speed is all the way for Rogue. And the pylon is finally going to go down, and Rogue can finally expand at the natural. Early Roach Warren. I mean, again, like, this is just a really awkward start for Rogue. Like, late expansion, inefficient start, extra resources. He's going for the Roach Warren, he's going for a Roach Rush. Doing what he can. Oh god, this is getting out of hand. Classic, he shuts down the links. He's going for the Queen. Does quite get it. The Queen is getting low. Oh, he's gonna get it. Yeah, the Queen, one more volley. What a mass! Oh my god. Yeah, one more volley. Lings are trying to keep up, but the queen does get picked off. And this is brutal. Even here, how many Lings? 7 Lings have gone down. But something important happens. No scout. No scout. 5 roaches are on the way, and Classic, because he killed the queen, because he dealt with the natural, he did not shade into the main. He doesn't know that Nolan is coming. It's all or nothing for Rogue. We have 7 roaches on the way. Lings are floating across the map. And Classic has no idea. Classic has no idea. He gets surrounded. 2 adepts are going to fall. Massive pick off. No shield battery. That's the second pylon. No shield battery to defend. Again, Classic doesn't know he needs shield batteries. Going Oracle first. Not a Void Ray. Oracle's in production. Ravagers are moving in. And Rogue, he's not droning. 0 drones for Rogue. Now Classic knows. Now he sees what's going on. He's now aware of the all-in. Adepts are getting caught out. And there's nothing. There's just nothing here. Oh, God. There's nothing at home. Roaches, they knock down the front door. Gateways are still morphing in. He can warp in 1 unit at a time. Adepts are catching some Lings. There we go. Warping in now 2 gateways. Also 2 stalkers. 2 stalkers warp in. The Oracle has arrived, going for the Ravager. And Rogue, can he break through? It's still getting close. There's the energy overcharge. Not bad. Energy overcharge on the Oracle. Shield batteries are finishing. Pylon goes down. Lings are flooding in. But there is that shield battery. Boys are being pulled. And Classic, he holds. Yeah, Classic, he does hold on. A very last minute defense, but he holds on. He shuts down the all-in. And Classic takes game 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, scrambling for a defense there. Classic, he had a very last second reaction, but he was able to buy time. He was able to buy time. More importantly, he focused on the Ravagers. He caught some reinforcements, and he was able to allow time for the shield battery to finish up as well. Again, it was a very shaky game from the very beginning as well. Like Rogue, he never intended to go for an all-in, but he was forced into it, and in the end, GG. GG, well played. We're now getting into game number 2. Whew, let's go. We're getting into game 2. All these games are so damn aggressive. They have been, right? Like, it wasn't just Maru all-inning last time, but it was GuMiho as well. GuMiho was also going for all-ins. Actually, yeah, he did non-stop all-ins against herO. We'll see if we can embrace a longer mid-game here. As we're loading into one of the larger maps of the map pool and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Team Virtus Pro, leading the series 1-0. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as well, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Here we go. As once again, Rogue, he does rock up with another hatch block. So similar to the previous game, he comes in with a hatchery block here at the natural. Hatchery is thrown down. And this time, we'll see if Rogue can expand, because he was denied this space for so long. Again, remember, Rogue, I should emphasize this just because there's a bit of a conversation happening in the chat. Rogue, he never intended all-in. Like, that was not the intention of his build last game. He was forced into it, and it was a very inefficient all-in because of that. Now, he expands. Let's go. He expands. Now he can embrace a longer macro game. With a hatchery before gas, before pool. Let's go. This time, no pylon block. This time, there is no block. This time, Rogue can get comfortable. We go. Korean always more macro-oriented compared to cheesy microwave style Korean style. Kind of. That's like partially true. I would say, and I think most of the European pros would agree with this statement, what's most scary when it comes to whenever we get like these European versus Korean matchups, I think what's scariest is that it's more so that Koreans are willing to go for cheese and willing to go for aggression and willing to go for all-ins at a moment's notice. The scary thing about a lot of Korean players is not that they cheese, it's that they can cheese and that they're willing to mix it into a standard series. Whereas I would say for a lot, not all, but for a lot of the Europeans, it's less so the case, where they would prefer to play out a normal standard game, and because of that, they can be a little bit more predictable as a result. Whereas Korean players have more of that unpredictability, that factor, that X factor, which does make things more difficult to play against. If they're only cheesy, then it's easier because you can just play safe. What's more difficult is that they mix it in, right? And again, that's like a general statement. Obviously, there are exceptions to the rule. Of course. As for now, we are going to be settling in. We have our Stargate opener here out of Classic. Likewise, double that towards the natural. Likewise, just being as annoying as possible. Again, Rogue having a much more comfortable start this time, joining on up, saturating, building up his natural. As Classic does pull away. And welcome one all to Amygdala. As we mentioned before, Amygdala is one of the larger maps in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground, more secure 4-base setup, and the chances of us getting a late game here is more likely. I say that tentatively, just because again we've seen nothing but all-in so far in this broadcast. Every game so far that we've covered has led into an all-in, but I want to say that here we're kind of leading away from that. I mentioned at the start of the series that Rogue, he's not really too much of an aggressive player. Rogue, he thrives in the mid to late game. He thrives when he can get into his lurker tech, when he can max out, when he can slow the game down. That's where Rogue can really be terrifying, specifically in ZVP. So we'll see if he can get there. Of course, Classic is not the most passive player either. Ooh, as we're going for the initial lair, so that's going to be a 4:30 lair timing, earlier lair out of Rogue. And we'll see what this leads into. We could try to take extra gases and try to go for fast Spire play. This could just be for Ling Hydra, for a more Hydra heavy composition. Bearing in mind there's no Eva chamber, no +1 melee. So this could be fast Hydrogen into Eva chamber +1 range into faster lurker tech. We'll keep it on Rogue. So he's poking in. Still saturating, double Oracle across the map. Now these Oracles, they should get into the main and they should scout the lair timing. As they get a couple of drones, 2 workers going down. Check saturation at the 3rd. Lings, they collapse on top of the 3rd base as well. Ooh, 1 Oracle goes down, big overextension. And I see more Lings. Do we go for something like a Nidus all in? Yeah, we're keeping our eyes open. No tech, more Lings on the way. This does feel like Nidus play. Yeah, there it is. Nidus Worm is being thrown down. Now, Classic, he has seen a little bit of what's going on, but he's going to be forced back home. He's forced all the way back home. We have a Link Queen Nidus all in on the way, and Classic, he has no confirmation. Again, he was forced back. He saw lack of gases. He did not see the lair. If he saw the lair, that would have been a tell, considering there was no other tech. But Classic, he did not go in. He did not go further in. Link's coming in for the surround. And we were like, yo, we could see a longer game on Amygdala. No, no shot. It's not happening. Not here. And again, Classic is in the dark. We go Nidus into the main. Classic, he doesn't see. No vision. No vision in the main base. Ay, ay, ay. The gateway's not done. And the queens are coming in. He's going for it, Bab. He's sending it. Gateway's now done. Boys are being pulled. The queens do pop out. And the Night Storm does complete. At the same time, Lings, they hit the 3rd. Production's under fire. We have yet to really embrace Blink. Going for the pylons, going for the production. Depowers everything in the main. And Classic is distracted at the 3rd. Trying to keep up. Lings, they flood into the natural. Shield batteries are on the way. Coming in for the surround. Does look away the army. Does look him away. Lings, they go back into the 3rd, getting more economic damage. Probes is going to be going down. And Classic, he will defend the natural, true. Does defend the natural, but not the 3rd base. No, no shot. Every probe going to be falling. Likewise, +1 is going to be denied. Thankfully, Blink will finish. Blink is at the natural. So he will finish Blink, but he will lose the main. Lose the main base. Nidus here at the natural as well. We just hop back over from one base to the other. And again, Classic is just being torn apart. He's down to one base. And from here, Rogue, he's droning. He's droning up back at home, taking up into a Hydra den, going into Ling Hydra. All he really wants is to kill the third base. And he's moving in. Again, does transfuse, keeps the queens alive. Oh, does miss a couple of transfuse. There we go. Keeping himself going. More Lings filing in. Another queen goes down. And behind all of this, we're just droning. We're just droning. We're just saturating. Rogue is building up, taking his gases. We have a spine. Why is there a drone in the main? As we do spread cream, we have a spine crawler in the main base, denying mining here from the high ground. He does defend the base, but Rogue being cheeky here with the spine crawler. Let's go. The spine rush from the main. Let's go, Pappy, let's go. He blinks in, goes transfuse. Does transfuse in time. And clutch transfuse. Spine crawler goes down. Classic, eventually he will clean this up. Eventually. Time to send another drone. Time to... God damn it. So now we're building up Hydra upgrades. Hydra range is on the way. Working up to 3-base saturation. He does bring another drone. he's an animal, Pappy. Oh, God. Brings in another drone, another spine crawler. Let's go. It's a bit ambitious. Now he's got Hydras. Now Hydras have arrived. They're rocking in on the low ground as well. The spine crawler is going to finish. So Hydras are being surrounded. Hydras are being surrounded. The spine crawler will complete. And it's still within range of the mineral line. That's what's crazy. The queens, they still maintain themselves. We still have transfuse. Rogue, he has control of the main and also control of the mineral line. Classic trying to fight his way back up into said main base. He's trying to. Putting out more stalkers. GG gets caught. Again, he just cannot fight back, and Rogue ties up the series 1-1. Whew, we're going to the ace match. GG. And the question becomes, if we're not going to see Macro and Amygdala, are we going to see Macro games? Are we going to see like 3-base saturation at any point tonight? Is that going to happen? Oh, no. It's looking less likely. As we're getting into the ace match here, the ace match is going to be on Ultra Love, a much smaller map in the map pool, shorter rushes despite ground. German taxis are no stranger to Ultra Love. German taxis, queen walks across the map. We've seen a lot of roach base all-ins on Ultra Love. We could see that here as well. Likewise, we could see Classic turn the tables on Rogue and be the aggressor instead. Let's go. Let's find out how the story ends as we are getting into the ace match. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, being forced into the ace match. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Classic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. He heard you, Pappy. Let's go. Let's go. Ay, ay, ay. Here we go. As we are going to be settling in. And we're calming down. Can we get a late game? We'll see, we'll see. Rogue for now forcing the unnatural natural. Likewise, for the first time, Rogue, he doesn't hatch block. And you can actually see Classic in position as well. He's in position to deny the hatchery block. I don't blame him. Rogue has done it 2 games in a row, but he doesn't do it here in the ace match. So a bit of mind games. It does force some inefficiency here out of Classic because he was on patrol, where otherwise he would just be mining. So a slightly more inefficient start here at a Classic as he was paranoid about the hatchery. And can now expand. Likewise, Classic confirms hatch gas pool, and we'll see if, I mean, I'm sure this time Classic is going to be that much more attentive here when it comes to scouting. Remember, last game, what happened? Last game, we had a 4-minute 30 lair timing, so really early lair, no gases, just purely Ling Queen on one gas geyser into Nidus play, and Classic failed to scout the main. Remember, he did not scout the main base, he did not see the early lair, which means he had no indication to check further for any tech. It would have seen nothing, which would have screamed something like Ling Queen Nidus play. So again, I'm sure Classic is that much more on notice this time. As he throws down the pylon, this is a setup here for a proxy, sorry, for a Stargate opener. I would imagine based on its location. Praise for Forge. I think we did cast herO Cannon Rush last week. Yeah, I think he Cannon Rushed last week, which was crazy, by the way. But did do so. Here is an animal. Absolute animal. No Classic though. I can't remember the last time that Classic was Cannon Rushed. Unfortunately. So now we are building up. Again, Stargate open into the Oracle, and so far everything's looking normal. So far we're just droning, we're saturating, we're expanding. This could be it. This could be some macro, papi. Are we all cheesed out? Maybe. Aye. It's been a lot of it. I'm just double checking here. We've seen all ins. How many games in a row? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 games in a row tonight. Nothing but all ins. God damn it. Every game in today's broadcast. I mean, I appreciate it on one hand. Do appreciate it. So we have our Oracle opener back at home. As I did mention, Link Scout comes in. Roki does confirm the Stargate is aware of the Oracles. We're still building up. He is making an abundance of Lings, more than usual, by the way. 14 Lings on the way. No shot. Now, I believe this amount of Lings should be to deny the third. The goal should be to force a cancel, as we are making so many Lings early on, and he's not stopping. He's still making more Lings. He's going for the walk. Okay, he's going for the Queen Walker across the map. We did mention earlier how German taxis and Queen Rochol Lins are no stranger to Ultralove. Like, we said that line verbatim at the start of the series, or at the start of this game, and here it's going to be a Ling Queen walk across the map as well. Again, the rush distance by ground is very short. This is a small map, Ultralove is, and we're committing. We're committing to the all-in. The Queens, they're walking, they're waddling. Let's go. Queens are waddling in. Classic behind this. He is secured as natural somewhat. No shield battery, not yet. He's unaware. Classic is unaware what's going on. He has not seen the Queens. And again, this will at least kill the third, but ideally, Rogue, he wants more than just a third base. He wants the natural. Remember, no shield battery until now. Okay, now he sees the Queens. Now he sees the army. Lings are going for the third. Drone, get out of here. And then Drone rocks up. He's like, I'm here to make the spine crawler. He's like, no. Oh, a bit of a miss rally here. Yeah, miss rally, rallying drones across the map. Lings, they collapse on the third. They attempt to surround. Good position here with the Oracles. Yeah, Oracles, they punish the Lings. Nice setup there from Classic. Likewise, going for the Queens, they cannot transfuse. And these Oracles, they shut down so many Lings. Yeah, Lings are being cleaned up. The Queens are getting low. But we're running out of adepts. Likewise, Oracles, they're running out of energy. I expect too soon. There's the energy overcharge. And with that, Classic, he holds. He's holding on. He shuts down every single Ling. And we have 24 or more on the way. Like, Rogue, he's committing. He's not stopping. He's not stopping. Takes over the third. And on the one hand, he is going to kill the third base. That is true, but that isn't the biggest of deals, right? Like, Classic, he can afford to lose the base. He's just trading as best he can. Shaving off as many Lings as possible. As he has killed 74 Lings. Jesus. The efficiency. 74 Lings for 11 adepts. And remember, the natural secure, we don't even throw down a shield battery, which is a little bit greedy. But no shield battery so far. Classy is confident when it comes to his natural defense. And now Rogue is droning. Now Rogue is droning up. Now, has Rogue done enough? Yes, he killed the third, but remember, Rogue, he wasn't droning this entire time. Like, Rogue, he's still down in workers. He's still down in economy. He himself was on, like, even less than a 2-base economy himself. I would say he needs more. Ideally, I would say that Rogue is able to deny the third base for a second time. As that is a lot of links. That's a lot of links. Well, 75 in the process. Speaking of, still has more links to work with. He has 44 more links. Classic securing his third. He's setting up. Classic does head across the map at the same time. Lings, they threaten to die, but there's plenty here to work with. Shield batteries on the way. Yeah, Classic, he is secure on 3 bases. And he's got 5 oracles to harass across the map. Oh, and he does rush out that mineral line. 1 oracle goes down. Bleeds out 1. But he does take down 10 drones in total. Aye. A lot of drones. Rogue, he's not droning. He's not droning. He's not saturating. You can see here his cutting work is at 36. He only has 3 gases. 3 gases, 36 drones, and he is going for a Roach follow-up. The all-in continues. He's not macroing. No shots. Roach's Ravagers are on the way. And Rogue, he did retain his queens at least. Takes down an Oracle. Oracle goes down. Blink is done for Classic. Things they threaten this around. Classic blinks away. Does blink away, does Kai well. And it's being forced further back. Again, ideally, Rogue, he wants to surround these stalkers and get the piles off, but he just can't get the surround. He cannot lock this army down. Yeah, Lings are falling one after the other. The piles, they should not connect. And Rogue is running out of steam. He's running out of steam. He's running out of army. And Classic, he stutter steps in. He does focus down all the Ravagers. There's no Lings left. And Rogue, he will lose everything. Classic defends. GG. And Classic, he will take the series 2-1, qualifying for GSL. Whew. GG, well played. Rogue, he committed to the Ling Queen walk across the map, and yes, he did kill the third base, but remember, what did it cost him to kill the third? It cost him 75 Lings. 75 Lings, and he didn't even reset the adept count, didn't even kill any oracles either. The oracles, they fell later, and even then some of them, so a really nice defense there by Classic. And again, he didn't save his base, but he didn't need to. He was using his third base just to tank, just to keep the army exposed, and just to trade as best he can. Basically, the base was just a magnet there for those Lings and for the queens. And with that, Classic able to make use of that, able to use that as a resource in a way, and able to shut Rogue down. Rogue, he followed that up with a Roach all-in, but again, the trades have just been so efficient there from Classic. He finished up Blink as well, and yeah, Classic, he was in no danger after the initial failed all-in. GG. GG, well played. With that Classic, he does qualify, and Rogue, he's going to be knocked down to that last chance qualifier, to that wildcard qualifier. That'll be taking place later on in the evening, I should say. But with that, GG, well played. Classic does qualify, and now it's time for our next set of players. Now it's time for Group C. We just wrapped up with Group B. Group C is coming up next. We do have Reynor going up against Byung. Again, Reynor, he's been in Korea for quite some time. I say quite some time. He's been in Korea for like a month, I want to say. Like a couple of weeks. I think Reynor, he went to Korea maybe the week before Sordov's wedding. I know he was there for the wedding, of course, which was a couple of weeks ago at this point. And Reynor, he has been acclimating here to Korea, and of course, was able to take part in the qualifiers. And we'll see how he compares to Byung. Let's go. See how he does compare. Are getting ready. We are setting up. Sort of GSL. Sort of, no, he's not competing in GSL from my understanding. I mean, he might have played in the qualifiers, I don't know. May have, but for the most part, sort of, he is more of a streamer nowadays. And again, you know, he recently got married, recently starting his family. So much love to Sort of, much love. Really cool to see. I know that nowadays he's playing a lot of Age of Empires 4 and still some StarCraft 2 on the side, of course. But here we go. There we go. We are jumping in. Congrats. Yeah. It was really cool. Really cool to see. Basically, a lot of the European players actually flew over to Korea to be a part of the wedding. So, Reynor was there, Harstem, Piotr, Spirit. Who else was there? Spirit, Petit Drogo. I think Zanster as well. So it was really cool to see basically like a bunch of European players go to Korea for Soto's wedding. They were all there. The best men. I don't know who his best man was. I don't out of all of them, I'm not too sure. But regardless, here we go. We're jumping into our next series here. Oh. Un momento. Once again. I have to be a little bit more careful here. The replays are mislabeled. Hold on. Bjorn did not play. Yo. The GSL intern, what's going on? Vitality. Okay. Setting up for Zaun. So it's going to be Reynor versus Zaun. So I do have to set that up. I was looking forward to a ZVT. Okay. There we go. We are set up. Going to be jumping into game one. Game one is going to be on ley lines. Let's go. Of course, Vitality, they recently picked up Zaun. Vitality, it's been really cool to see their commitment to StarCraft. Of course, they did announce that they had signed Maru for 3 years. They have a 3-year contract with Maru. And so it's really cool to see them support him for as long as they are. And of course, recently picked up a new player as well, as spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines. We have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Team Vitality. It is Zaun. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. Here we go. As Zaun does move out immediately across the map to go for the pylon block here at the natural. And ideally forcing the unnatural natural out of Reynor. We saw the Rogue's attempted answer to this was to go for non-stop hatch blocks across the map. And now that we're going to be featuring Reynor, I'm curious, do we finally get some macro? True, we might actually get some here. Let's go. I don't know how much the Koreans have influenced Reynor in his time there. Not too sure about that. Likewise, I don't know how much the Rift has influenced Reynor. That's another unfortunate reality is that Reynor, he has been lost in the Rift for like the past 5 months. He's been lost for quite some time. Yeah. Someone has to save him. Get him out of there. Get him out of there. Maybe he finally made it out into Korea. Let's go. But he's been enjoying some top lane with the MOBA kids in recent times. Esther Reynor. SMH. I don't know the vocabulary for that. Lambert. Oh, let's go. If Lambert was the best man, that would make sense. Wholesome, baby, wholesome. So it's sort of, yeah. Here we go, we're going to be settling in. For now, we have our gate expanded to Cybercore out of Zaun, Standard Opener out of our Protoss player, likewise Hatchgas Pool out of Reynor as well. Now, when it comes to Zaun, he has been very vocal about PvZ. He has expressed his frustrations and difficulties in the matchup. It was, I think, during KSL not too long ago, where he was trying to get some wisdom out of herO. He was like, "Bappy, how do you do it? How are you so good at PvZ?" And herO's like, "I'm just lucky. I'm just." Sounds like, God damn it. Help me, Bobby, help me. So Zaun has been struggling a little bit more in PvZ when it comes to his matchups. I think I would probably agree that I think it's his current weakest matchup at the moment compared to his PvP and PvT. But we'll see how he comes in prepared for GSL specifically. Of course, I'm sure Zaun is a little more motivated to continue to improve. I mentioned this previously, but Zaun, he did recently join Team Vitality, and he is going to star as Zagora, I believe, as a result of that. They're supporting him when it comes to flights, when it comes to traveling. And Zan, he only recently came back from the military. If you recall, it was last year, I want to say October. Like around October, November of last year is when Zan came back from the military. And he did announce that he was going to devote his time to StarCraft again. And he has risen through the ranks quite heavily. I think I would go as far as to say that Zan is top 3 Protoss in Korea. I would say top 3 just behind Classic. Like, Zan has been impressing me more than Creator as of late. And of course, Trap is on hiatus. So it's been really cool to see the growth of Zan, and a really, really strong growth over a short period of time. If you remember, like, his big breakout performance was in December when he beat Clem. Like, Zan did defeat Clem in a Lima League. That was back in early December, if I recall correctly. Which is crazy because, remember, he came back in October. So to be beating Clem in December was wild. And that's also why I rate, like, Zan's PBT quite highly. But from here, and it was a long macro game as well, for those who remember. It was a long macro game. It was really the late game, if I recall correctly. It wasn't like any kind of cheese or anything like that. Meanwhile, Twilight Council follow-up here from Zan. That is a Twilight Council before the expansion. Now, this could be one of two things. This could be early Glaives or early Blink. If this was herO, I would say early Blink. Anyone else, I would assume Glaives. So what do you have for us? What do you got? As the Twilight Council is done, yep, there we go. Glaive Adepts are on the way. Now, this is pretty aggressive and pretty committed. Basically, Zan, he's hiding his build. He's making it look like a standard opener in a standard game. So far, Reynor, he does not get into the bases. And the scary thing here is that Reynor would be tempted to skip his Roach Warren. Now, thankfully, Roach Warren has been thrown down. Safety Roach Warren. He does have some good SimCity here at the ramp as well, or at the natural mineral line, or natural entrance. And this needs to get some damage done here, bearing in mind, because we're going into Glaives, this is delaying Blink, and this is delaying the Forge and +1. Like, a lot of tech is delayed. Now, this is not an all-in. Don't get this twisted. This is not an all-in. We're still expanding. We're still probing up. But that's a lot more gateways being thrown down. Jesus. that's a lot of gates. A lot more than I'm used to. Usually, I would assume, 4-gate Glaives, then, catching up with Blink and Immortal production with the Robo. Reynor is investing into +1 melee, going into a Ling heavy style. Ideally, Reynor, he wants to avoid Roach production. He does have the Roach Warren if need be, but he's making nothing but Lings. And that's exactly what the Adepts want. They want to face off against Lings. And still, there's been no tell. The initial Adepts that are revealed here, this is normal. This is standard. Seeing 4 or 5 Adepts this early on is as it should be. The rest of the Adepts are being kept hidden. They're banking up here in between the bases. So no scout from Reynor. Lair is still on the way, which means no Overseer scouts. Lings are poking in, and he confirms. He does get eyes on the Adepts. He sees everything he needs to. Now Roach production. Roaches are on the way. Reynor, he has to get ready to wall off. Zan is moving out. Zan is moving out. There's the wall off. Does wall to the natural base. Queen's under fire. Does commit to the shade. Lings are here for the surround. Here they come in, they do try to punish. Adepts, they clean up the Lings. And boys are going to be going down. No Spore here at the third. Getting 4, 5, 6 drone kills, but the Adepts are cleaned up. And Reynor holds. Ooh, Reynor, he does hold on, even taking down the final Oracle. Oracle gets thrown away. This was a little losses here for Zan. He will lose 13, 14 Adepts to Oracles, and now here comes the counterattack. Zan, he's in trouble here. Ideally, you want more than this. You want to retain your Adepts. You want to get damage across the map. But here, Reynor, he responds with nothing but the all-in. From here, going to be rushing across the map. Zan going to try to slow this down, but things are looking bleak here for Zan. Does not want the Ravagers. Ravager is denied. At the same time, Adepts, they do shade in. They try to slow down some reinforcements. But Reynor, he's looking solid behind this. He's looking solid. Likewise, the Orville's are here to support. Yo, we have Transfuse. Let's go. The creep has arrived. And again, the initial opener here from Zan just did not do enough. Blink is still not done, by the way. Yeah, there's still no Blink. Lings, they get into the mineral lines. Piles, they connect with the Adepts. Queens, they're holding their own. They're transfusing. Yeah, they're holding their own. At the same time, we get the link drop here into the natural. 25 probe kills, no reaction, no response. Xian, he will lose the entire mineral line, and Reynor's not done. He's going for the main. He's going for the kill. The hit squad of Lings, the Double Lord. He's crazy. He gets in, and even though he might not get too much damage in the main, he already wreaked havoc at the natural. There's nothing left. There's nothing left at the natural. There's no economy. Cloud's going to be connecting, and GG gets called. Reynor, he will overwhelm. He will punish down, and Reynor takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Reynor, he does take a lead. Again, Xian, he went for a cheeky build going for those glaive adepts, but as we mentioned, ideally you want to retain those adepts. You want to poke in, get a couple of worker kills, thread in shades, and transition into a longer game. But Xian, he committed. He committed too much, too hard. He lost everything. He lost all the adepts early on, did not do enough damage. And Reynor, he just went for the all-in. He went for the counterattack then and there. GG. Reynor, he does punish Xian. And now we're jumping into game 2. We'll see if Xian can recover. We'll see if he can bounce back. As we are going to be loading into Amygdala. Let's go. And we still haven't seen any macro. We hit It still has not happened, by the way. Oh no. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Amygdala, we have the blue Protoss flavor. The blue Protoss representing Team Vitality. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Xian. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player, the red Zerg, representing Basilisk, leading the series 1-0. It is Reynor. We go. As Reynor is going to be expanding, taking his natural, going for the initial 15-15, and our eyes are going to be on Xian here. Again, Xian, he was the aggressor last game, going for those glaive adepts. In the end, was not worth it. In the end, he did fall behind. And now we're leading into a larger map. Because the map is larger, now I would imagine we have less incentive to go into glaives, to be hyper aggressive. I would lean towards a longer macro game, but if you remember, I said the same thing about Rogue versus Classic. I was like, oh, it's Amygdala. Rogue, he's probably going to take up into Lunkers. Like, we're probably just going to drone up, saturate, calm down, and then he went for a Link Queen Nidus all in. it's like, okay, sure, I guess. Never mind. So if you recall, Rogue, he was the one that just committed to the all-in, and he did catch Classic with his pants down. The pants were down. Is Reynor willing to do something similar here? We go. It's not a macro candidate. Maybe not. Maybe not. At least for the first half of the qualifiers. We'll find out for the second half later on. For now, though, a probe scout gets across the map, does get eyes on what's going on. So far, everything's looking as it should be. And all the map. As I mentioned before, the qualifiers were held last week. They were held before the map pool was introduced. Bearing in mind, the new map pool has only been around for 6 days, right? Am I crazy? The new map pool has not been around for too long, so the qualifiers are played on the previous map pool. Just as a heads up. I'm not certain what GSL is going to be played on. I would imagine GSL, the proper event, is going to be played on the new map pool, I would imagine. But GSL, they often do their own thing, so yet to be determined. I would hope it's on the new map pool. The main event, I mean. But I don't think we have confirmation on that yet. So for now, we are going to be settling in. Once again, Stargate opener out of Xian, going for the Oracle. Now remember, what did we see last game? We saw a Stargate Oracle opener into a delayed third into faster Twilight Council after the Stargate. So we could see Xian do something similar. I'll be honest, I'm not too fond of the idea of going for the same build 2 games in a row, especially after it failed in game 1. So it does feel like we're setting up for a longer macro game, that we're setting up for a faster third into a more standard economic game state. So far, no major signs of aggression. Let's go. Go. As for now, Zaun, yep, he takes his third. This time there's no early tech, so Stargate Opener, Oracle into a third base. This is, for the first time, we have a standard... I spoke too soon. God damn it. That is a very early Twilight Council. Now, this Twilight Council is not as early as last game. It's not as early as, you know, before third, but just as a third base gets thrown down, we have our Twilight Council, late Forge. This could still be Glaives. It could still be Glaives, or it could be early Blink. We have two options. Oracle dips in, gets 3 drone kills. Not bad. The 3 workers does pull away. Lings, they get across the map. They do catch 1 Adept. And remember, late Forge out of Zaun. Without a Forge, what are we going for? Are we going for Glaives once again? What do you have for us? Early Blink. Early Blink Stalkers. Now, from here, depending on when we get the Forge, this can turn into a 3-base all-in. This can turn into an 8-gate 3-base all-in with Mass Blink Stalker. The lack of Forge and lack of upgrades is indicative of the fact that we're not really setting up for a longer game. So Zaun has that available to him. Reynor, meanwhile, taking a 4th base, massing up Lings, getting a safety Roach Horn just in case. Remember, ideally, Reynor, he wants to avoid Roach production. He's going to +1 melee. Adepts moving in. And I still don't see a Forge, by the way. Yeah, still no Forge. Extra gateways being thrown down. And how many gates do we have? So far, we're getting up to 3, getting up to 6 gateways. And we're waiting for an 8-gate setup. We're almost there. Late Forge, though. Okay, Forge is still being thrown down. So late Forge, late upgrades, but upgrades nonetheless. This tells us that Zaun is most likely setting up for a longer game. We'll see. We'll see if he takes his gases, more importantly. If he takes his gases, that means he can afford either Colossus or Storm. So we're keeping an eye on the gas count here of Zaun. Yep, there it is. Gases, he's macroing. Okay. He's going to be macroing up. Now, the early Blink here does mean that he can be assertive early on, but he's not going for the all-in. As we mentioned, he's teching up. He's taking gases. I would say this is really more of a safe build than anything. If Reynor was going for an all-in, then Blink would be ready to defend. Like, Blink would be done in time to defend the 3rd. He pokes out, and we'll see if he can do anything here at the 4th. I'm not too convinced. There's plenty of Lings. Stasis Trap is going to go off, but plenty more Lings collapse on this. And Reynor so far is looking solid. And this is where the build of Zaun is hurting him. Like, we were emphasizing like how aggressive it was initially and how late some of the tech is, and that is going to impact him coming into a longer game. So late upgrades, late tech. Reynor collapsing on the Stalkers. Meanwhile, GSL, what I see, Overlord Speed is on the way. He's not droning. He's not droning up. Reynor is cutting workers at 3-base saturation. Doesn't take his gases. He's going purely Ling Roach. No Hydras, no Hive, no Infestation Bit, no nothing. Reynor, he's going for an all-in. God damn it. Now, this is a 3-base all-in, so it's a little bit later here, but Reynor is committing. If you remember, initially we had assumed that Zaun would be going for the 3-base all-in, but no, it's Reynor. It's Reynor instead. Zaun, he's setting up, trying to get up for a longer and later game. Stalker's getting called out, and Reynor, he's setting everything across the map. Here come the drop lords, here come the queens. It's like a delayed German taxi. The taxi was late, but it's gonna get there. Let's go. As we are loading up. And Zaun, he's trying to get ready. He's throwing down cannons, shield batteries, trying to set up back at home. We have the Robo on the way, the Bay on the way. Double Robo production into 2 Colossus at a time. And Reynor, he's dropping everything. Jesus. Yeah, we heard you like drops. So we put drops on your drops. Oh my god. Nice stasis. Stasis does go up. Double Ling drop here on the right-hand side. Double drop, low drop here towards the natural. Main army right down the center. And again, Reynor, he has not made a drone in like 3 minutes. Like, he has not droned in quite some time. He has under 3-base saturation. His 4th base is just for larva. His 5th base only for larva as well. It's just for the all-in. And Reynor, he's almost maxed. Now, this does hit later. Because this all-in hits later, I mean, there are 2 Colossus. They can try to hold on. Meanwhile, Lings, they flood in. Stalkers being forced back, the Colossus are revealed. Lings, they avoid the Colossi, they're going for the Stalkers instead. And we get the drop into the mineral line. And so many Stalkers going to be going down. Some brutal losses here for Zaun. The Colossus, they're holding their own, but down goes the Mineral Line. Yeah, the probes are falling down. He doesn't notice, doesn't react. Every probe goes down. 25 probe kills. And the third base is also being broken as well, being forced further and further back. The Colossus, they defend against the main push here at the Mineral, or the Natural. What about everything else? What about everything else, though? As piles are connecting, probes are falling, and the third base is being broken. Colossus looks like they take down the Queens. And Zaun, he's barely holding on, but he's down to 28 workers. Barely an economy. And Zaun just doesn't really have much to work with. Getting into +2 though, let's go. We'll have upgrades on his side, I suppose, but now Reynor drones. Now Reynor, he's done crippling damage. Now he's droning up, now he's saturating. Going for another link drop into the Natural. We have a Hive on the way. Now, technically, macro game, Kappa. Whereas, like, see, it wasn't all in. See, look, I planned to drone up the entire time. Just at the 10-minute mark. Ay, ay, ay. He still only made 2 drones, by the way. Here we go. We have 4 more on the way. Reynor focusing on his Roach production, make sure he doesn't go down. Does that step in, going for the Colossus. Likewise, link drop once again into the Natural. And the Colossus does fall. There's no War Prism, there's no juggling, there's no control here. And Reynor, he has done it. GG gets called. Reynor, he takes down 2-0, and Reynor, he will qualify for GSL. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Reynor. He does claim the series here. We have yet to get a back and forth macro game. Technically, this game did last a little bit longer, but again, Reynor, he cut workers at 61. That is under 3-base saturation. Went for a pure Ling, Ravager, Queen all-in with drop lords as well. And he was able to pull Zaun apart. Zaun had a quirky build himself, if you remember. Zaun, it almost felt like he was setting up for a defense against a 2-base all-in with the early blink, and it really hurt him in the end. Remember, later upgrades, later tech, later gases, everything was delayed in favor of early blink Stalkers, and he didn't achieve anything with it, partially because Reynor wasn't droning, right? Because Reynor wasn't droning, when the Stalkers moved out to hit the 4th base, there were plenty of Lings because Reynor was already building up his army at that point. He was already ready and getting ready and gearing up for his own all-in, so the early blink Stalker timing didn't really achieve anything. Didn't really achieve much at all, and it did kind of set Zaun more behind, and with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. Reynor does claim the series. Again, as you mentioned, Zaun, he has been having a harder time, specifically in this matchup in PvZ. But a matchup where Zaun has been having more success is PvT. Oh boy. And we are getting ready for that matchup here. As Zaun, he does have another chance to qualify for GSL. Let's go, one more chance. It is going to be Zaun versus... Is going to be Zaun versus Beyond. Zaun versus Beyond. Bam! Beautiful. We are setting up. So just setting up the players. Setting up the best of 3. Whew, and here we go. So congratulations here to Reynor for making it through. Again, Reynor, he learned from League of Legends well. He learned from the Rift. True, true. All from the Rift. He does make it into the main event. And now we're getting into our next series. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner here of Leylines, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Team Vitality. Just went down to Reynor, but he has another chance here to qualify for the main event. It is Zaun. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Björn. Saying the German taxi is late is redundant. Ah, Smurge. Ay, ay, ay. There's a joke somewhere there. Not like this. But it was late by design. Late by design. Intentional, Pappy. Intentional. It's all good. As Björn, he does move out. Hello. With a cheeky SCV. Now with this, he will avoid the main attack, the main scouting part, so he will avoid the probe, he will sneak out from behind, and come in with an eBay block. So Bjorn opening up with that eBay, looking to disrupt the economy of Zaun. Here we go. Bjorn, he is here. He's in position. Zaun, he does scout this relatively early, and there we go. The boys are being pulled. The SV is going to be zoned away, and Zaun, he will deny the bunker. Sorry, deny the eBay. He will deny. This will still delay Zaun, but with him seeing this early enough, he will be able to shut this down and be able to expand at the natural location instead of being forced to expand at the third location. If there was too much regression here, then Zaun, he'd be forced to expand elsewhere, and then he could just be torn apart. We saw something similar happen with the previous series between Maru and Classic, where Classic did expand elsewhere, and Maru just went into Mass Hellion and just tore him apart, roasted up those mineral lines, and did take the series. Meanwhile, economic follow-up here out of Bjorn. Bjorn going for the racks into CC on the high ground. Likewise, Zaun expands. We can see Zaun checking for proxies. Checking the third location. Making sure he's okay. Bjorn loses bracket as well. Yes, yes. Meanwhile, Bjorn does find the probe. Not bad. Probe is shut down. And from here, we're building up. Are going to be building up. Bjorn dips into the main. As he dips in, he does get eyes on the tech. Twilight Council has been thrown down just in time for the scouts. So Bjorn, he's aware of the Blink-based opener. Again, here in PvT, we have options. You can open up Blink, open up Robo, open up Stargate. But Bjorn is now aware. Now, we have seen an all-in literally every game of the broadcast, without fail. Without fail, including the Reynor matches. We just had non-stop all-ins. Yo, we're slowing things down a little bit here. Not gonna lie, like we're going for a Widowmine drop opener from Bjorn, Zaun getting into Blink, throwing down a couple of gateways. I can feel it. It's gonna be a macro game. Let's go. We're gonna get into the mid game, pappy. We're getting there. I'm calling it too soon because this could still turn into a 2-base all-in from Bjorn. 100%. It is possible. But I want to believe it won't. I'm coping. the copium, let's go. It's like, Light, you've been here before. You said the same thing about Rogue versus Classic on the Amygdala. It's like, true, I did. That is an early tank. Uh-oh. Wouldn't mind drop moving out. On the way. Now again, because of the 1-1-1, typically if we were to see an all-in, we'd have a delayed starport and we would have faster second and third racks. That's why, based on the opener here, it does feel like a longer game state. Mind drop is being kept up with. Zaun, he will zone away. Zaun, he will intercept. Likewise, he does have 2 gateways here at the natural, 1 gateway in the main, so it's going to be 3-gate Blink. Very safe opener here by Zaun, going for a Robo before the third base. Is expanding, is setting up towards that mid game. And Bjorn back at home, he's securing himself. Now, Bjorn, he's very fond of this. He's very fond of moving out pre-stim. He's very fond of moving out with 2 tanks, with Marines, and trying to catch a player being too greedy. If Zaun was going for a 2-gate opener, Zaun would be in trouble here. With 3 gateways, he does have the tools to defend. It comes down to scouting though, as the hallucination does move out and should get eyes on Bjorn. Bjorn, as he's staying back home for now. Hallucination does spot the tanks. Does spot the bio. Now that we have 2 tanks, Bjorn, does he commit? Looks like he will. And again, this is just a very Bjorn push. Again, he's very fond of this. Now, when it comes to this move out, the main bulk of the DPS are the tanks, and if he can sneak up on the third base, he can force a cancel. But Zaun, he saw the tanks early on. He's going to slow this down, going for the first tank. Can he get it? Oh, he can! Massive pickoff. One tank for a Stalker. And already Bjorn, I mean, he's lost half his firepower here. The Observer has eyes on this, and Bjorn doesn't push. Yeah, Bjorn, he is going to be stuck here in the center. Is zoned away. Behind us, working towards Stim, combat shields. Does reinforce with another tank. Interesting. He's still pushing, by the way. Second tank has arrived. Xian trying to slow this down. Picks away the Marines. And Bjorn can get within range of the Nexus. Raven from behind. Tanks, yeah, they do get within range. Uh-oh. He's going for the kill, going for the Nexus. Charge is not yet done. Xian needs a little bit more time for charge to finish. At the same time, wouldn't mind drop here into the natural. Does blink in, he gets one. Takes out one tank, will take the second tank as well. Still a rough trade though, bleeding out a lot of Stalkers. Almost every single Stalker actually. But he holds. Xian holds, bleeds out 6 probes, but he saves the base. He barely saves the expansion. And now Bjorn is getting ready for the next wave. He's getting ready for the Stim timing. Third CC on location. Let's go. For the first time today, the Terran is getting a third. Like, unironically, in every single team, we casted GuMiho versus herO and Maru versus Classic, and never did GuMiho or Maru get a third CC. Like, it was non-stop 2 base all in. So I'm telling you, Bjorn, he's macroing. Let's go. Still hyper aggressive, don't get me wrong. Like, he's still very much so in Xian's face, but he's expanding. Crazy. Now pushing in. Remember, Stim is complete. We got force fields. We lock down the Marines. Very nice catch here. Likewise, hot pickup out of Bjorn. Saves the bio, saves the Marines, and pulls away. Ooh, does abandon one of the Marauders though. Gets left behind. At the same time, Zealots do hit the third. 2 SCV kills. They get 2. They get 3. 3 SCVs going down. Picking up 3 workers, but Xian, now he's saved his third, going for a 4th, building up towards a longer and later game. Xian, not bad, not in a bad position at all. Working towards Colossus, +2. Did mention that Xian, I would argue his strongest matchup being PvT. This is where he can thrive in the most. So he's out of Stalker. That was a rough blink. Xian holding his own. Ghost Academy on the way for Bjorn, going into Ghost production. Bjorn, when it comes to the PvT matchup, he's often very active, very aggressive. We've seen that already this game, and he's already moving out. I believe the Observer does see the move out, does catch a glimpse on the medevacs, and Xian is getting in position. He confirms the army is in position. The first Colossus has arrived. Shield batteries are done, and I don't see Bjorn breaking this. He doesn't see it either. He backs off. Sees a Colossus, sees a shield battery. Bjorn pulls away. At the same time, Zelarumbai does run into reinforcements. Nice defense here by Bjorn. And Bjorn has to back off and build up towards Vikings. So build up towards Vikings, towards Ghosts. And that means that Xian, he holds on to the 4th. Let's go. Xian, he maintains a 4th base. Soon we should be seeing a 5th. There we go. Probe is moving in position, so we should be seeing a 5th expansion. It's going to be on Bjorn to rotate. Bjorn, he cannot break the main army when it has this kind of fortification available to it as well, but he can rotate and deny any would-be expansions like this 5th base. So Bjorn is being active. He gets spotted by a spotter Zealot. Xian, he's aware. Takes down a Marauder. 5th base is on the way. Again, this base is very exposed, but Bjorn, he hasn't seen it yet. He doesn't know. Not spotted the expansion. Likewise, Xian, he has some more spotter units here in position to see any kind of move out. And Xian, he does fight for map control. He does force Bjorn back, and Xian, he saves his 5th. The 5th base, it's getting up and running. We have +3 on the way. From here, we should soon be diversifying the splash damage, and there it is. Not going for Storm, going for a 2nd Robo and Disruptors. So Disruptors are on the horizon. Zelarumbai is on the way. Bjorn is pushing towards the 4th. at least posturing. Zhao spots the army. Now when Beyond moves out, that's when Zhao wants to strike with those zealots. Does want to hit too soon. As Zhao is pushing, as Beyond is pushing, Zhao, he has nothing in position to scout. He does check with a zealot. Spots the army, he rotates, he responds. Zhao is ready for this. Likewise, here comes that zealot run by. Zealots are moving in, mind shots. Ooh, they do connect. Beyond, he retreats. He reacts to the zealots. Beyond rotating to the center. So far, Zhao is keeping up with these rotations. Again, it's all about positional play here. Like Beyond trying to find wherever the army is not, and then he can knock down the base. Likewise, every time Zhao just moving up with the zealot. Keeping tabs on Beyond. Does find him. Takes down a Viking. Gets two. Two Vikings go down. Zhao out of position. Beyond just stimming up the ramp. It does stim in. Disruptor goes down. A bit of miscontrol there from Zhao. Bleeds out a Disruptor. But there's still two Disruptors left. A lot of Stalkers go down as well. Some rough pathing there from Zhao. Oh no! Oh god! Zhao, calm down! Calm down, man. A lot of losses there. A bit of friendly fire. Lost Stalkers. Lost Disruptor. That was 5 Stalkers and a Disruptor. Zhao, we gotta tighten up. We gotta tighten up, man. Yeah. Beyond still posturing. Both armies are maxed. Zhao, he's aware of the army location, pushing up the ramp. And now it's Beyond that's keeping up with him. The 4 CC's under fire. Beyond out of position. And a couple of SCVs go down. Nothing major. Beyond, he responds. Nova's going up. Oh no! Boom! Massive connections! Ghost goes down. And nice connections here at the same time. Zealots, they hit the natural. Nice moves here out of Zhao. Likewise, going for the SCVs. Once again, moving in. Nova goes off. Does graze the army. This time, no major connection. More Zealots catching more SCVs. 6 SCVs going to be going down. Nice moves here out of Zhao. Does make up for the earlier losses. Getting within range. Nice control with the Stalkers. Focusing down those Vikings. The Ghosts were exposed. Gets another Ghost. 1 Ghost left. 1 Ghost left the main army. Oh my god. Never takes down 1 Marauder. More Zealot Rumbites on the way, catching reinforcements. But Beyond, he defends. He defends his natural. I can't say the same about the 4th. Forced to lift once again. Overall, nice trades here out of Zhao. Zhao getting a 6th expansion. Taking another base. This is all still on a knife's edge though. If Zhao loses this fight, he will lose his bases. So he has to hold on. Once again, flirting with Beyond. Poking in, not committing. 1 Disruptor goes down. And we're running out of Disruptors here. Oh, he's going to commit. We'll bleed out a Colossus. 1 Colossus left, but the Zealots, they bust on through. They bust on through. Zhao, can he take it? Boys are being pulled. Boys are being pulled. Only 1 Colossus. Reinforcements have arrived. We have another Nova. We have the Nova. Up. Does he pop off? He does. Nova zones away. Big connection. Takes down the Marauders. And Zhao, with these Zealot reinforcements, he will break through. Yeah, just barely. The Colossus barely stands as well. Up. It's close. Oh my god. Colossus goes down. Hop pick up there by Beyond. Still a very close fight. What's important though is that Beyond is bleeding out SCVs. 12 more workers going down, and Zhao, his own economy is still untouched, taking a 7th base. Getting up to 7 bases. Now, Zhao did lose all of his Colossi. He only has 2 Robos, so his reinforcements are limited. Likewise, Zhao, he has no gas. And no gas income. Oh, it's being sneaky. Let's go. Nova goes off. So I'll spend 2 Novas there. Observer does get away. Observer slips away. Ghost gets caught out. Once again, there's only 1 Ghost in the army. Limited EMPs. EMPs on the Disruptor, not bad. But the Nova does connect. Oh god. Yeah, brutal connection. And Zan once again, he's so close to breaking Beyond. He's so close. Gets another ghost. 2 ghosts left. Zan, he pulls away. Pulls away, waiting for reinforcements. More disruptors have arrived. Never goes off. Just owns. Oh! A nice dive. Nice dive there by Beyond. Boys are being pulled. Move into the mineral line, and GG gets called. Beyond is broken, and Zan, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Zan, he will take a lead again. A very intense game there, very close back and forth. Again, Zan, he was fighting on a knife's edge. If Zan took a bad fight towards the top side, if he were to lose that fight, then Beyond would just snowball out of control from there and counterattack, hit the 6th base, hit the 5th base as well, knock them down. Whew, but Beyond, he was able to hold his own. Sorry, Zan was able to hold his own. Zan was able to hold his own. He was able to get some very juicy connections with his Novas. Likewise, able to, in the most crucial moment, outposition Beyond, get past the army, get on top of the ramp, into the 4th base. Barely went by undetected. GG. GG, well played. With that, Zan takes a lead, and we'll see if he can close this out or if Beyond can bounce back as we get into game 2, as we lead into Amygdala. Let's go. Whew, let's go. Meanwhile, as we said, this is a big shout out to Shotgun2219 in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Do appreciate the support. Do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft as we are jumping into game number 2 of this qualifying match. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, representing Team Vitality, leading the series 1-0. It is Zan. We go. We go. Toss in 7 bases, 2k minerals. Yes, yes. Had a lot of minerals. As you saw, Zan, he had no gas. Like, he was very gas starved, which meant that if Beyond was able to have more important pickoffs regarding earlier snipes of the Colossus or earlier pickoffs of the Disruptors as well, and even of the Stalkers, then reinforcements would be very limited for Zan, heavily reliant on Zealots towards the end there. But again, he did preserve enough of his high-tech units. It was still very messy though. It was still very messy, still very close. Like, he barely broke Beyond towards the end. GG. GG, well played. As we do open up once again with the eBay block. If you recall, Beyond, he did achieve this last game as well, but this got scattered early and this was denied. This time, I don't see a probe on the low ground. This time, Beyond, it looks like he will have plenty of progression and will force the unnatural natural. Yeah, the probe does check. Zan, he has to expand elsewhere. Oh, does he expand linearly? Oh, good. Yeah, I mean, the SCV does zone away. Next is being thrown down, and this is an awkward setup here for Zan. Beyond cancels. Beyond, he cancels, back at home, going for his own CC on the high ground. And this position can be abused. If you recall, we casted Maru versus Classic earlier, where Maru did invest into reactor Hellion production, into 6 Hellions across the map to just roast up mineral lines. We could see something similar here by Beyond, but he's not really set up for the add-on swap. Yeah, he's not set up for it. Unlike Maru, typically Beyond, when he does force this position, he doesn't really capitalize on it. He just plays out a macro game. He just makes his opponent uncomfortable. But we'll see. We'll see if he doubles down. Again, it can be very difficult for a Protoss player to defend both bases at once, the natural and the main, just because they're so isolated and so spread out. So we'll see where Beyond takes us. As Beyond, he does open up Tech Lab on the factory. So earlier Tech Lab, no Hellion, no Widowmine. From here we can go for early tank production into an early tank push, early tank drop, even early Cyclone drop as well. What do you have for us? There we go, it is going to be a Cyclone opener. Cyclone first. Beyond taking his expansion. Does take his natural. Hallucination goes in, confirms the 1-1-1, confirms the Tech Lab on the factory as well. It is not uncommon for players to defend against or to defend this base with a Stargate opener. If you recall, we saw this by Classic, opening up Oracle. The Cyclone has arrived, and here we have the medevac on the way. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Zan going into Blink, and Beyond, he is pushing early on. And Beyond, he is moving out. He's going for his push. Back at home, what do you have to defend? We have a shield battery. We have a shield battery, sentry, a couple of stalkers. It's not going to be an easy hold, but at least Zan, he sees it ahead of time. There we go. Second shield battery's on the way. Zan taking this very seriously. Built up his second shield battery. Beyond going for a Cyclone drop in towards the main. Okay. Does peel off towards the left-hand side. Floating on in. And does boost into the main. Oh, got to be deflected. Zan is keeping up. Beyond, he races back home. Again, he saw the setup here. 2 shield batteries, all the stalkers. If Beyond had been unscattered, different story. But Zan saw this coming, and Zan defends. Zan, he defends, he holds. He's chasing Beyond down. And we're getting into a longer game state. Here we go. Go. Behind this, you see Zan claiming his third, and again, the game is slowing down. The game is slowing down, despite how intense and aggressive all these matches have been so far in this broadcast. Specifically, this series has been longer games. We've been seeing some macro, we've been seeing some mid-game here. Let's go. And we're getting there again. With Zan claiming his third, and likewise with Beyond working towards, I would imagine, a third CC momentarily. Now he has his 1-1-1 set, sorry, his 3-1-1 setup. Building up Marauders, going into Stim, into Combat Shields. From here, we either throw down 2 more Maxes or we throw down a third CC. We'll see how committed Beyond is going to be. As he does sneak out with a drop. Interesting. Looks to sneak out. We shouldn't be seeing a third CC until after Sim finishes, at least if it's going to be on location. Beyond does go for the unsiege. Beyond, he is going to push. Spots the Observer. Observer gets sniped. And what's the plan going to be here? Beyond, do we expand? Do we commit? Do we send it back? He's expanding. Okay, he's going for his third. So third CC's on the way. Beyond, really, this is mainly a distraction. This is keeping Zan's attention here towards the southern half of the map. Meanwhile, Drop is slipping into the main. Slipping in. Drops into the main base, getting a couple of probes. And 1, 2, 3 probes going down. Beyond pushing in. There's a lot of zealots. Charge is done. And nice kiting here by Beyond. Shuts down the Zealous, tanks it within range of the shield by ZT powers everything. The Atosis pylon goes down. And the tanks it within range of the base. Yeah, they're within range of the Nexus. Zan, he has to commit. He blinks on in. Zealots go down. Stalkers are exposed. And Zan, he will lose everything here. He will lose everything. The Stalkers, the Zealots, the Immortals. Boys are being pulled away. Likewise, they get caught as well. And Beyond, he breaks the third. He breaks the third base against Zan, who was just caught out of position. He had Zealots in the main base to defend. He likewise didn't slow down the main push. And remember, Beyond, he was expanding behind this. He was setting up. He was still committed, don't get me wrong. Still a committed push. But he's breaking Zan. Oh, does get caught unsieged. Does get caught out. Brutal mind connections, though. Again, Beyond, he wants those Immortals. Can he get them? Up. He'll poke in, yeah, and he will. GG gets called down. He is broken, and Beyond ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. We are going to game 3, and again, Bjorn being hyper committed there with his move out again. He was still expanded, and it's not expanding, not like he pulled the boys or he had extra axes behind it. Unfortunately, we saw that Zaun, his attention was split. He was defending against the drop in the main, and a lot of Zelts were not actually able to defend the third base. Likewise, he was unable to slow down the push either. Not able to slow it down. Bjorn, he was able to, initially with his siege, get within range of the Nexus. That was brutal. The first siege of the tanks was right up close, within range. And that was the death of the base. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to the ace match, and this all ends here. It all ends on Ultra Love. Let's go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify, fighting back, putting a point to the board and forcing the ace match. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Team Vitality. It is Zaun. We go. So we are setting up his settling in. See someone in the chat, apuestas? No. Replay, Cosmic, replays. As a reminder, this is a replay coverage of the GSL qualifiers. There is no live coverage, as there never has been, at least not for many years. The matches were held, I want to say a week ago. They were held a week ago. Replays were made available, and we have been covering the replays ever since then. I say we, in a sense, as the casters as a whole. I believe Wardy did some replay coverage. I think Zombie did some replay coverage as well. I think they picked and choose their matches. We're casting everything. We're going for all of it, Pappy, all of it. All the matches. So now we're slipping in. We do have once again an economic opener out of Bjorn, and for the first time this series, no eBay block. There is no eBay block, so Zaun can now comfortably expand for the first time in this best of 3. He can take his natural. Hola, este password. Hola, password, hola. Ay. Hopefully everything's going well. Ojalá que todo te va bien. As we are setting up. Again, economic opener out of Bjorn and standard opener out of Zaun. From here, we can go for our tech of choice. We are expecting a Twilight Council opener into Blink. But we could see Zaun open Robo. We could see him open Snargate. Usually those are more stylistic though. Like Creator, he's very fond of Robo-based openers. Very fond of it. Zaun less so. So here we go. Are still going to be setting up. We do have the initial Hellion opener. This Hellion is just a knight for scouting, bearing in mind that Bjorn, no SCV scout. It's very uncommon to see SCV or Reaper scouts, so no SCV scout. Bjorn, he skipped his Reaper, so this one Hellion is all that Bjorn has, at least early on, to scout, to get eyes on the tech, and to figure out what exactly is going on. So the Hellion is most likely going to be sacrificed just to zoom across the map. Behind this, going for his 1-1-1 into his starport. Car does zoom. Looking for proxies. Back at home, Twilight Council is finishing. And from the side of Zaun, we're waiting to see how many gateways. Is this 2-gate Blink, 3-gate Blink, or 4-gate Blink Stalker? There are different variations of Blink, depending on how aggressive or how greedy Zaun wants to be. Or even how safe. As Hellion does check top left. Likewise, Zaun, he does throw down an extra gate. Just 2 for now. Just 2 for the time being. So we could just be seeing 2-gate Blink into a 3rd. Bjorn going for his drop. This is a little bit more committed here with the Marines alongside the Widowmine. So this is designed to get economic damage. We'll see how many probes he can get as he does move out towards the main. Hellion does check for a third expansion. Poking in. As Bjorn does boost. Sound in position. Sound, he will zone away. Zones away the medevac. Hellion does check. And Zan, he has yet to throw down any extra gateways. He should be expanding. But now gets supply blocked. He's going for his gases. My apologies. So 2-gate blink into double gas into Colossus production before expanding. Okay, interesting. Very safe play is what I will say. It does mean that the Colossus is going to pop out earlier than normal. So much earlier Colossus here from Zaun. But does sacrifice his economy for it with a later third. Bjorn back at home, still building up. Bjorn, he is unaware when it comes to the third base timing, not completely at least. He does know it was a little bit more delayed though. As he's looking to move out. We spoke about this last game, but this is a very Bjorn thing to do. Bjorn is pushing out pre-stim. We saw this on ley lines, if you remember, in game 1. So really pushing out a Bjorn. At the same time, Zani does counterattack, getting to the middle line. Oh, and SCVs are going down. This should not have happened. There comes a recall. Zani notices. He's like, hold on, where's your army? What's happening? Why did this happen? Does recall back. Colossus is almost done. Bjorn is pushing in. Does move in. Medevac is targeted. Nice pick off. Takes down the medevac. Colossus has arrived. Oh god, that's just a brutal volleys though. Yeah, brutal shots going up. He blinks in. Moonlight does connect though. And Stalkers are going down. Brutal losses here. The mine shot popped off here on the Stalkers. And there's still one tank. Still one tank remaining. Bjorn, he trades quite well. And he backs off. He backs off from here. He knows he cannot break the expansion. But he takes down a couple of workers, 8 Stalkers, a sentry. Did cost him 2 tanks though. Oh. Yeah, 2 tanks did go down. So Bjorn, he backs off. He backs off, claims his third. And Zaun successfully defends. What's important is that, yes, Zaun did bleed out a lot of Stalkers. I will say that is true. Like, he bled out a lot of Stalkers in that defense. But he saves his third, and he saves his mineral lines. He saves his workers. So Zaun is building up his economy. Likewise, he's now up to 2 Colossus, soon to be 3. So his Colossus count is very high, very early. Bjorn going for a second push, this time with Stim. This time Stim is ready. Bjorn, he doesn't commit. Bjorn, he pulls away. He's setting up at his third, likewise double jump into the main base. Ideally, you do want a distraction. You want to be hitting with 2 things at once to try to keep Zaun's attention elsewhere. As Bjorn does leave his tank behind. But he is keeping the army busy. Bleeds out a medevac, bleeds out a Widowmine. Rough trades here for Bjorn. But as he distracts, here comes a double drop. We'll see if this was worth it. Going for the Forge. Forge going to be targeted. There's a recall back home. Recall into the natural. +1 is denied. Takes down +1. Takes down a couple of gateways. Not bad. Oh, and he will barely get away. Whew. Does boost out. Does boost out. Again, not bad. Able to delay some reinforcements. More importantly, deny +1. So +1 and the upgrades are heavily delayed here for Zaun. Zaun, he responds with double Forge, double upgrades. 4th base on the way. Again, we're embracing a longer game. Now, Bjorn has still been able to retain most of his army throughout the course of the first couple of pushes. He's able to maintain that Marine count. The Marauders, Ghosts are now on the way. Vikings as well. Getting into the mid game. Meanwhile, Zaun, he did cut Colossus at 2, so he cut Colossus a little bit earlier this time. Only 2 Colossus, now into earlier Disruptors. And Disruptors are very hit and miss, in more ways than one. Like, they can be very risky, and I mean, they can pop off or they can cost you a fight. So we'll see how Zaun can handle himself. Zaun pulling away. Pian moving in. Again, he was just waiting for his Ghost and waiting for his Vikings. Zaun, he has the Observer on this. Never going off. Up! Massive connection. Oh my god, he gets 3 Ghosts! 3 Ghosts go down! You can't get better than that. Massive connection. And beyond, he realizes, like, hold on, what's going on? Does catch the Observer, but the damage has been done. Ay, ay, ay. Down to 1 Ghost. 1 Ghost. Nice blitz. Nice blitz towards the end. Again, the herO Observer. Did let Zaun see everything. And Bjorn is committed. Does catch a Disruptor, not bad. 1 Disruptor goes down. Colossus as well. Bjorn still has an overwhelming army. He can still pull this off. Stimming in. And we need more Novas. We need more Disruptors. As Bjorn is stimming on forward. And Nova does not connect. Colossus goes down. No more splash damage. We have 1 Nova left. Likewise, takes down the Widow Mines. But Marauders, they stim in. They can stim in from here. Trying to recall, trying to reinforce. More Stalkers coming in. But without these Novas connecting, I don't see Zaun holding here. There are just so many Marauders. Yeah, so many, too many. Bjarne's breaking through, getting on top of the base. Again, we had that beautiful Nova at the start of the fight, but ever since then, they have been lackluster. Does graze the army towards the end. Oh. Taking down a Marauder at a time. Next is under fire. Nice EMP on the Disruptors. Zealots get punished. That 1 tank popping up in the background. Does finally go down. Takes down the tank. Novas have reset. And Zaun, he's barely holding onto his base. Did cost him probes though. He lost a lot of workers here at the 3rd. But he's holding. And Bjarne hasn't seen the 4th. He's not seen the 4th base. Now still pushing in. Oh! Nova does somewhat connect. Takes down a Marauder. Zealots coming from behind. He's coming for the surround. And Zaun, does he have enough? Zealots are falling. Trying to force some friendly fire. But not good enough. Not good enough here. Yeah, Bjorn, he's barely done it. Takes down the Disruptors. There's 2 Disruptors left. Bjarne's so close to breaking him. So close. He's checking. Yeah, he peels off, he checks, and for the first time he does find the base. He finds the expansion. Zoning back the army. He's getting into that mineral line. Mine shells popping up. Again, Zaun, he breaks out of his 3rd, but what about the 4th? As he's holding on there as well. He bleeds out 6 probes. Oh. But Zaun holds. Zaun, he defends, takes on the Medivacs. Not bad. A 5th base is on the way. Oh, okay, and as the dust settles here, Zaun, he lost 22 probes throughout the course of this game, but he maintains the bases. He can make 5 probes at a time. He can rebuild. The concerning thing in my mind, though, is the Disruptors. Oh, no, the rally! That's why he recalled earlier. Ah, that's unfortunate. The Disruptor's trapped. Feel Sim City, man. Ay, ay, ay. No, the Disruptor. I was wondering why he was recalling in the previous fight. But his Disruptors, they've been getting trapped. There's another recall. Ay, ay, ay. I'm sure that made the defense even worse. As he has to recall every time. As down, he does go for a counterattack. Planetary is ready. Planetary does defend. He's down trying to catch reinforcements. Slowing down the army. Beyond sneaks on the 4th. EMP. Yeah, Zhao not quite in position. The base may just go down here and now. That is brutal. A couple of seconds is all it takes. Zhao not in position. Down to 4 bases. Still being active, still rotating. Zhao has to still build up that army. How many Vikings? 0. 0 Vikings, so now would be a good time for Colossus again. To switch back into Colossi. Meanwhile, Beyond is going for a second starport. This should be the beginning of Liberators. To get into a fusion core, into Liberator range. Likewise, Zhao moving in. I don't think Zhao can fight this head on though, not with EMPs. Speaking of EMP, on the Zealots. On the Archons as well, Nova goes off. Get to Widowmine. There's got 5 more Novas available, 6 in total. And then once again out of position, another base goes down. Zhao not where he needs to be. Losing his 3rd. Brutally EMPs as well. Colossus now come back in. But Zanny's being torn apart. And Disruptors being focused down one after the other. That's what another 4 Disruptors falling. Now going for the backup 4th base. And Zhao just can't keep up. Like supply-wise, he cannot keep up. He had a clutch hold earlier where he barely saved his bases, but it's still not enough. As Zhao is lacking the army. On top of that, because Zhao has been forced to recall to actually get his Disruptors out, that means he can't recall defensively to go to bases, and GG gets called. Beyond he will overwhelm, and Beyond will take the series 2-1, qualifying for GSL. GG. GG, well played. Beyond, he will claim the series, he will advance on, he will qualify. My condolences to Zhao, he was able to hold his own. We had a back and forth, we had the ace match. But again, just a really rough defense here from Zhao when it came to his production, when it came to his rally. Likewise, he barely was holding onto his bases, but trading a little bit poorly when it came to the head-on fights. He did start things off with a beautiful Nova, catching out 3 ghosts, but that was the best Nova we saw that game. Outside of that, he was, again, struggling to defend. And once the ball started rolling, he just could not keep up supply-wise with his opponents. And as we mentioned before, like there were many times where recalls were on cooldown because he was recalling his Disruptors and he couldn't recall to save his bases, right? He couldn't recall over, couldn't save his expansions, and GG. GG, well played. With that, Beyond, he will qualify, and oh boy, that is our six player through. Let's go. Let us switch our scenes over and catch up on the brackets. As we just wrapped up our 6th qualifying match. Oh. There we go. Our 6th match, there we go. We have from the top, we have GuMiho. I do recommend the VODs, by the way. We had a lot of spicy games and some short games as well, to be honest. A lot of aggression, GuMiho took down herO 2-1, and herO took down Shin 2-0 as well. Maru took down Classic took down Rogue. Reynor took down Zhao, and Beyond took down Reynor as well. Beyond took down Zhao as well. So in total, we have 6 qualified players. We have GuMiho, herO, Maru, Classic, Reynor, and Beyond. We have 6 players through. We have 10 more to go. Again, 16 in total. 16 qualifying matches in total. Someone was asking earlier about any seeding or any invites. No, 0 invites, 0 seeds. Players, they have to make it through the qualifiers to make it into GSL. No one is invited in. So that's why the 16 matches in total. And again, we have our first 6. We have our first 6 making it through. GG. Oh. Here we go. So Shin isn't in GSL. The players that didn't make it through, so we can see some players like Shin, players like Rogue, players like Zhao, they are going to be invited into a wildcard qualifier. So we're going to be going through all the current groups, and then after all the groups conclude, then the players that didn't make it through, they're going to be invited into like a last chance qualifier sort of thing, like a last chance group. So Shin has another chance, so does Rogue, so does Zhao. Like, they have another opportunity to make it through. So don't you worry, don't you worry. But with that, we are going to be wrapping up with our morning broadcast. Again, 4 hours for our 6 best of 3s, and again, we still have 10 more best of 3s to go. So many matches, so many qualifying spots. Just for some context here, bam, you can see our weekly schedule. We just wrapped up with our morning broadcast of GSL, and we have, as you can see, another broadcast later on this evening, Tuesday. That's going to be at 7 p.m. KST. That's going to be at 8 p.m. AEST. That is going to be in 6 hours. In 6 hours time, we're going to be live with another set of qualifying matches. So again, our first broadcast here was at a more of an Americas friendly time slot. The next one is going to be at a more European friendly time slot instead. Again, we cast twice a day, every single day. In this evening's qualifying matches, we're going to be covering Cure, Solar, Bunny, and also the first set of wildcard qualifiers or last chance qualifiers. So we still have Group D. Group D has Cure, Solar, and Bunny. So 2 Terrans and a Zerg. And again, after that, we'll be indulging in those last chance qualifiers as well. And that still won't be it, by the way. There's still more to go. As you can see, we have 3 broadcasts. So we have 2 GSL broadcasts today on Tuesday, and we have another one to wrap up on Thursday. It's going to be at this time, the more NA friendly time or the Americas friendly time. If you can't watch everything, and I don't blame you, like, there's so much StarCraft going on, there's so much content here on the channel. As always, check us out on YouTube. All the VODs, or we are streaming both on YouTube and on Twitch. We do stream on both platforms. So if you want those VODs, they're going to be available, or they are already available on YouTube. They're all there. They're all on YouTube. Likewise, again, we're going to be live in 6 hours with the next set of GSL qualifying matches, and we're going to be live tomorrow with the Pigasaur Monday on Wednesday. The Pigasaur event is going to be, it has been moved to 24 hours instead. Has moved 24 hours to tomorrow, so it's going to be Wednesday morning or Tuesday evening, depending on where you are in the world. Likewise, we have the Podcast on Thursday. We have more GSL on Thursday. We have Little League Cup and some Kanoya show matches on Friday. We have Thermal Series 2 Circuit on Saturday. We have the May Mayhem over the weekend. We have Sea Duckling Open, Sparkling Tuna Cup. We have the Brazilian StarCraft 2 Circuit. We have a lot of StarCraft on the horizon. A lot of content, a lot of StarCraft, as always here on the CranKy Ducklings. Again, we cast more than any other channel out there, more than Steadfast, more than Wardy, more than Rotterdam, all the content, all the StarCraft. We have the quantity, and we have a little bit of the quality as well. Let's go, let's go. So again, this is the place to be. If you enjoy the casting, if you enjoy the StarCraft, then consider following us, whether it's here on Twitch or over on YouTube. Again, we are streaming on both platforms. We're actually also streaming on Facebook, we're streaming on Kick, and we're streaming on TikTok as well. All the platforms. All the platforms. Just catching up. Stacked week. You say stacked week. I say this is a standard week for the CranKy Ducklings. You can see here that we do have some evenings off on our schedule. We have Wednesday evening and Thursday and Friday evening. This is a new initiative or new resolution for 2025. I'm trying to make sure that we actually have some time off. If you are watching the CranKy Ducklings in 2024 or 2023 or 2022, our schedule would be just like this, except it'd be straight up 2 casts a day every day, sometimes 3 casts a day, like just non-stop StarCraft. Coming into this year, I want to take it a little bit easy and have some half days off. I want to have half a day off every now and then. We're greedy like that. How dare we? But yeah, coming into the new year, we did want to slow things down a little bit, just so I can sleep and actually, you know, have some time to do things other than just purely casting StarCraft. So yes, we have 2 half days off, and I want to try to maintain that. Every week, I want to try to at least have like 2 half days off, adding up to 1 day off, I guess. Healthy, yes, this is clearly healthy. It's healthier, you know, having some time off. Beautiful. Are there SOS games as well? I'm sure there are. We'll get there. Thank you so much to Flip of Flapjack. Thank you so much for the 101 bits. Do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. As always. You're insane. Thanks for the games. We do what we can. Is it more healthy than having no breaks at all? Yes, it is. True. Chained to, yes, you can. I'm chained up, papi. Chained to the game. Throw away the key. Lock me up. Aye, aye, aye. As we are going to be wrapping up here for the morning broadcast, and again, we're going to be live in 6 hours with some more StarCraft, or you can check out the VODs. You can check out the VODs as well. Otherwise, we are wrapping up for the day. When it comes to any future events, again, the May Mayhem is another big one that's coming up. We do have another Euthermal 2v2 circuit. I believe the May circuit, that is next week. So we have some more 2v2 on the horizon. This week, we're not casting any StarCraft Evolution, but we usually do cast some StarCraft Evolution League tournaments. That's going to be next week most likely. Again, I'll be honest, we're overbooked. Like we have a lot of content. We have a lot of replays to go over, a lot of matches to go over. StarCraft Evolution Code A, StarCraft Evolution King of the Hill, RSL, true. The Revival StarCraft League, the event that Tasteless and State and Gemini and Ziggy, a bunch of the content creators, or a bunch of the StarCraft 2 personalities in Korea, they did bring together RSL, the Revival StarCraft League, and we will be casting those qualifiers next week. So next week are the qualifiers. We're going to be all over that. Of course, of course. So shout out to those working behind the scenes at RSL. They did reach out. They were like, yo, we heard you cast some StarCraft. Do you want some qualifiers? We're like, yeah, let's go. You don't even need to ask, Bobby. Let's go. So we're going to be covering the qualifiers next week. Likewise, we also have Dallas. Dallas is at the end of the month. Crazy. We have GSL this month. We have Dallas. We have Star Zagora right around the corner as well. Home Story Cup is next month. Oh, I missed out. I missed that. Gee, oh god. Oh god. We got Home Story Cup as well. There's going to be a lot of content on the channel. For those who don't know, for the past two or three Home Story Cups, we have been the B stream. We've been the B stream for Home Story Cup. Usually they're very intense casts because they're at a more EU friendly time schedule. So we're going to be all over that. All over Home Story Cup. We're probably going to be all over DreamHack Dallas as well. DreamHack Dallas, they usually have like an open stage open to community casters, and they usually have co-streaming as well. So we're going to be all over DreamHack Dallas. Star Zagora, we might not cover any of that. It depends if they allow co-streaming. If not, I'm more than happy to just watch Star Zagora, like as a fan. I mean, I'm more than happy for that. But that's also in June. Jesus, so like just a really intense like couple of months of StarCraft with GSL Season 1, Season 2, DreamHack Dallas, Star Zagora, and Home Story Cup. I forgot about Home Story Cup, I'll be honest. And that all leads into EWC in July. Jesus. So a lot of content on the horizon. Is Dallas going to be live? I heard the casting is going to be done remotely. Any info about it? I don't know any information regarding DreamHack Dallas yet. I mean, I don't know what you mean by is it going to be live. There is going to be a venue. There's going to be a live venue. There's going to be a crowd, of course, as well. The players are going to be flying over to Dallas. I don't know if the cast is going to be remote. I know nothing about that. I don't know if that's speculation or if that's confirmed. But regardless, it is at the end of the month. It is at the end of the month. And we'll probably be a part of the open stage. Probably. No confirmation. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. And again, if you want some more GSL broadcasting, we have some more in 6 hours or in 2 days. In 2 days' time, at this time, we'll be live with some more GSL coverage. And likewise, Picasso Monday tomorrow as well. Otherwise, stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid who is live at the moment. Who is live? I see Password. I see Kanoya as well. True. Do see Kanoya. Dave is live. Practice X. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. So give him some love, give him some support. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time. If you want to support us here on the CranKy Ducklings, you can do so via Patreon. And you can subscribe to the channel, which we do appreciate. Patreon is a different way to support. Patreon is designed to fund our tournaments. As you can see here, we do host events on a regular basis. SDO is a monthly tournament, Masters on Open, also a monthly tournament, Sparkling Tuna Cup is a weekly tournament. All these events are funded via Patreon, so you can help support the scene and help support these tournaments via Patreon if you wish. 100% of the money on Patreon goes towards the players, goes towards the prize pool. So you can help us boost the prize pool and reach our next goal. Otherwise, we'll see you guys later on tonight or tomorrow for some more StarCraft action. See you next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time. Thanks for watching.